We're live on a Saturday. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. And always great to be sharing with you, especially on these very, very interesting political subjects. So we are recording this on Saturday, and hopefully we'll have some more to say on it. Later on. Let me see if I can just get the title here, the title of what I want to talk to you about. What I want to talk to you about is Golden embraces Manley's philosophy. Golden embraces Manley's philosophy. All right, let's see if we can clear this up. Clear this up a bit. Golden. All right, that's Golden. Welcome everybody. How are you all doing on a Saturday? Hi. We're not on TikTok just yet, but we think we going there soon. How are you doing? All right. All right. Let's do the TikTok at the same time. Let's do the TikTok at the same time. All right. Okay. If you read Mr. Golden's speech historically, rather than simply a collection of policy promises, Mr. Golden is doing something much bigger than saying the government should help poor people. Now, Mr. Golden's article is in the Gleaner. Mr. Golden is trying to rehabilitate the ideological foundation of the 1970s PNP. Fascinating stuff. Democratic socialism. That is what we are being introduced to in 2026 Jamaica. Democratic socialism. And Mr. Golden is trying to connect it, that is democratic socialism, connect it to the modern people-centered economic program. I don't know if that is going to work, but we'll see how it goes. That proposal of Mr. Golden deserves serious philosophical rebuttal. If you are my age or a little older than I am, you know about democratic socialism. And it was not very pleasant. Look at the Gleaner. Look at what the Gleaner is reporting. PNP bets on democratic socialism. Goldin embraces Manley's 1970 philosophy. Vows to build on former Prime Minister Manley's legacy. Now, what the dickens is Mr. Manley's legacy that is to be built on? What is that legacy? Boy, I tell you something. The politics is just about to get interesting. Just when I thought that the politics was getting boring, the politics is just about to get very, very interesting. Mark Goldin bets on democratic socialism. Yeah? You know, Manley was right about some Jamaica's social injustices. Manley was right. But Manley's economic prescription was fundamentally wrong. The tragedy of the 1970s is that the PNP confused redistribution with production, which is state control with economic sovereignty and political mobilization with economic development. And Jamaica paid for that. And I would tell you that even as I speak to you this Saturday afternoon, Jamaica is still paying for the Manley's experiment of democratic socialism. It is shocking. That's why I had to jump on this Saturday afternoon because when I read it, I can't believe my eyes. Yeah, that Jamaica today, Harry, is still paying for the state economic control. I don't know what Mr. Goldin is trying to do, but I think we better have a very, very serious conversation about this democratic socialism that Mr. Goldin is talking about reintroducing to Jamaica. What exactly is Mr. Goldin invoking? Mark Goldin is deliberately invoking Michael Manley. From I born, every election in Jamaica, we have had to deal with Michael Manley. Respect to Manley. But I don't know why the PNP cannot move on from Manley. If the PNP is to win another election in Jamaica, they have to go up a hero circle, go wake up Michael Manley. Is what about Michael Manley that the PNP cannot let him go? There are many Jamaicans alive today. Don't know a thing about Manley, you know. Then they have to go resuscitate Manley. Mr. Dayton Campbell said that Mark Goldin was Manley what? Reincarnated. Goldin is deliberately invoking Michael Manley as an intellectual and political predecessor, not merely as a popular former prime minister. And Manley formally declared democratic socialism to be the PNP's government's ideological doctrine in 1974. That's before you were born, Harry. I guess maybe Caroline was a baby in 1974. Democratic socialism was the PNP's ideological doctrine. And the program of democratic socialism involved a sustainable, a substantially expanded role for the state, greater public ownership, redistribution, labor protections, land reform, education expansion, and greater Jamaican control over foreign-owned economic assets. That is what that ideology of 1974 represents. So when Golding says we need government that looks after the interests of the people, and when Golding talks about putting ordinary Jamaicans at the center of the economy, he's using essentially the same moral vocabulary that animated Manley. It's a forward Golding look. And I don't know how this has not brought about much more debate, but we're going to deal with it. The poor versus concentrated wealth. You hear what Patricia Duncan Sutherland said? 600,000 Jamaicans must get 1/8 of an acre of land. People versus powerful economic interests. Redistribution versus inequality. The intervention of the state versus laissez-faire. National sovereignty versus foreign economic influence. That is what the reference to Manley is about. And that is why it matters. Golding is effectively saying that the problem with Jamaica is not that we tried too much government intervention. The problem is that we did not finish the project. Mr. Golding wants to finish what Manley started. But the question is, what Manley started, can that be finished? What is going to be the result of finishing Manley's, what, you know, Mr. Perkins, Motty Perkins would be turning in his grave, you know? Edward Philip George Siaga. Boy, I tell you, Mr. Siaga will not be resting in peace if Mr. Siaga hear that in Jamaica today, we are talking about democratic socialism. What do you think the ideological fight where almost 800 Jamaicans lost their lives in that brutal election, what do you think it was about? It was about the different directions that Jamaica, the different paths that Jamaica was to take. And the United States got involved. The United States got involved, and that is why when you went to the shops, partly one, that because there's a story behind that. They were selling sanitary pads with sugar. The problem with Jamaica, according to Golding, is not that we tried too much government intervention. The problem is that we did not finish the project. And That is the proposition that needs to be challenged. And this is where the argument has to be intellectually honest. And it was not that it is not that Manley was a failure in every aspect. That is not a historical truth. Not historically indefensible at all. Because the Manley government introduced and expanded policies that had lasting social consequences. The minimum wage, stronger labor protections, maternity leave, free secondary education, the adult literacy program, land reform, greater access to education, greater bargaining power for workers, increased Jamaican control over the bauxite industry. Those are historical records that are not defensible. And even serious academic evaluation of the Manley experiment acknowledged that there were some achievements, such as the whole matter of labor legislation, social inclusion. So the argument should not be Manley did no good. That would not be fair to history. The argument is this, that Manley demonstrated that a government can make important social reforms while simultaneously pursuing an economic strategy that destroys the resources necessary to sustain those reforms. Manley had good intentions, but good intentions alone don't build an economy. Manley demonstrated that a government can make important social reforms, but at the same time pursue an economic strategy that destroys the resources necessary to sustain those reforms. Because if you keep giving out without putting in, you eventually are going to end up broke. You know, I think I should find the Honorable Prime Minister's budget presentation where the Prime Minister took us into the history. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. I think it is important that we go there. Is it this year? I think it is this year, 2026. I think so. Is it this year? All right. No. Well, let me not go there because the audio is not as good as I would like it to be. The central contradiction is that what Manley was pursuing, he never had the plans to sustain it. The economy was collapsing. That is the central contradiction, because you can redistribute wealth. You can. But first, somebody have to produce the wealth. How men organize to produce the means of their subsistence constitutes the fundamentals of society. You can't produce, you can't redistribute while you're not producing. And let me tell you this, that the economic record of the Manley's administration is devastating. This is where the historical record becomes very difficult for the PNP. The PNP is romanticizing this, but it is not a very pleasant record. The 1970s record. Very, very poor. Jamaica entered independence, you see, with very serious problems. At independence, there was large inequality. At independence, there was large unemployment. At independence, Jamaica was largely dependent on bauxite and foreign investment. The economy had also been experiencing remarkably strong growth in 1965. As a matter of fact, those periods of growth have not been seen in Jamaica again. I promised to do a podcast to tell you where Jamaica was in 1965. There is this view that we inherited an empty shell. It's not true. It's not true. I'm going to say something and I'm going to leave it there. A country spells disaster when the slave becomes the master. There are many Jamaicans who felt that had we remained with Britain, we would have been better today. And that may not sound like an argument that many of you want to embrace, but I want you to think about it. Had we remained with the United Kingdom, would Jamaica be better today? Think about it. This idea that Jamaica was an empty shell at independence, not true. The World Bank records real GDP growth in the 1960s of more than 6% annually. During 1952 to 1972 period. Between 1952, that is before Jamaica got independence, and 1972, that is almost 60 years ago, the Jamaican economy was growing at an average 6% annually. That is the World Bank. The International Monetary Fund records that gross domestic product, the GDP growth exceeded 5% annually between 1965 and 1970. So after independence, the Jamaican economy was growing by 5%. You tell me when, after independence, we have grown 5%. Tell me. And if that is so, what the dickens did we do with independence? You know, the real debate needs to start. Then came the 1970s. The IMF historical assessment says that real GDP fell by approximately 21% between 1974 and 1980. Every Jamaican should have stopped what they do right now and listen, because this is very important. The Jamaican economy was growing before independence and after independence. And after we got independence and introduced a man named Manley, GDP fell by 21%. There is more recent analysis, and it is even more striking. I'm going to get this and put up on a graph for you. GDP per capita fell by almost 30% between 1972 and 1980. Government expenditure rose from 23% of GDP in 1972 to 45% in 1978. Then just a spend money, sir. And the fiscal deficit reached roughly 15% of GDP. You can't give and not put back in anything. And this is important. The IMF does not say external shocks were irrelevant, because there were enormous external shocks. We had the 1970 oil shock. We're kind of having, but not as in 1973. That is 52 years ago. We had the oil shock. We had the second oil shock after that. We had a global recession. There was a decline in bauxite prices, and there were deteriorating terms of trade. Okay, but the IMF explicitly concludes that the policy choices of Manley, the Manley government, PJ Patterson was a part of that too, played a significant role in the collapse of the economy. That distinction is crucial. And today, after Hurricane Melissa destroyed over 50% of the country's GDP, we have Mr. Golding talking about atrocity, that the government's recovery is atrocious. Oh my God, I tell you something. Sometimes I wonder why the Labour Party don't do better in pushing back against these things. We have Mr. Julian Robinson, who is the organic man, the man who said he would grow the economy organically by 3% so that he could pay 3.5. Mr. Robinson, you should go back and look at that debate performance of yours. Pure noise you wanna make. You think economic growth is a snap of your finger? I don't understand with the record of the PNP, how them so bold. How is the PNP so bold to speak about economic recovery and reform and give instructions? The intellectually serious conclusion isn't oil prices cause Manley's collapse, nor is it Manley alone cause everything. It is this. Jamaica was hit by external shocks, and the government response made the underlying economic problem sustainably worse. And that is the hard question for Golding to answer. How, Mr. Golding, are you going to fund an economy that is distributing and not growing? Because the current economy is virtually unable to give out anything more. We have to call it for what it is. The economy has suffered a shock, and it is barely recovering. The very PNP is saying that the economy is in recession. So you have to bring the economy out of recession, grow it, before you can even start thinking about redistributing. And this is where 5 flights a day becomes enormously important. Because that was a famous statement made. 5 flights a day to Miami. And it literally was a government's program to make Jamaica leave. The Jamaican government encouraged Jamaicans to fly out. 5 flights a day to Miami. It was Manley's rhetorical response to people who opposed his socialist direction. That was the prime minister who was telling Jamaicans that 5 flights were leaving a day to Miami. Go along if you want. Jamaica had no room for millionaires. Those who wanted to become millionaires had 5 flights a day to Miami. And some of them left and they haven't returned. PNP bets on democratic socialism. Golden embraces Manley's 1970s philosophy. Vows to build on the former prime minister's legacy. What was Manley's legacy? To chase Jamaicans out of Jamaica and run them to Miami. Those who dared to generate wealth, to build businesses. People literally, one man told me he bought a store downtown for $400. People ran away and left their cars, expensive cars, and their businesses. The International Monetary Fund, Finance and Development later discussed the remark through the experience of economist Peter Blair Henry. Peter Blair Henry's family actually left Jamaica during this period. Mr. Henry's conclusion was particularly pointed. Peter Blair Henry is an economist. And Peter Blair said, you cannot help poor people by attacking conditions under which businesses and productive people operate. You cannot help poor people by attacking the rich. You hear that, Golden? Mommy Bear, you hear that? You cannot help the poor by attacking the conditions under which businesses and productive people operate. And the poor people of Jamaica need to understand that too. You have what is called trickle-down economics. Trickle down. If the man at the top do well, that man at the top employs people, pay taxes. Some of the poor people in Jamaica, you know not think so rich people pay tax, but they do. Because the little tax where you pay from your salary can't run the country. A lot of these hotels, they pay big money in taxes. Some of these big companies and corporations, Grace Kennedy, Geddes Grant, Lasco, they pay millions of dollars. The banks don't think that they don't pay taxes. Don't think that the little minimum wage worker pay tax to run country. Taxes come from the rich. The rich pay a lot of taxes. You want me to talk about the CIA? I can. You'll stay to hear it because you won't be happy. That is a very important philosophical phrase, that you cannot help poor people by attacking the conditions under which business operate. And so 5 flights a day is really a metaphor for economic exit. Capital leave. Businesses leave. Entrepreneurs leave. And to think that is the same PNP came back with FinSac. Me don't know, you know. Me don't know. Me don't know. This Jamaicans have a love affair with the PNP, and I can't figure it out. Somebody need to help me. Help me figure out why on God's earth. But I know it, I know it, but I won't tell you in this podcast or this broadcast. I know what it is. 400,000 people vote for the PNP in the last election? You gotta be kidding me. 5 flights a day means professionals can leave, skilled workers galang, businesses galang. And in an open island economy, the state cannot legislate those people into staying. The World Bank documented massive outflows of both capital and skilled labor during Jamaica's economic deterioration. My brothers and my sisters listening to me on this Saturday, we are where we are today because a lot of capital left the country during the 1970s. Skilled labor. Jamaica's economy deteriorated to the point where women could not get pads when they were having their periods. They introduced dirty girl soap. Stink when you wash with it. Couldn't even get soap for bathe. And when you go to the shops, producer, do something for me, please. The Prime Minister gave a historical presentation in one of his budget presentation. Member Harry, if you're listening to me, find it for me. I don't know which one of the budget presentation, but the Prime Minister gave us a very, very pointed historical contextual piece in one of his budget presentation. It is at the opening. Can you help me with it, please? I beg you. Help me with it. And I have to find it and play. I just don't want to break from here and go look for it myself. Producer, help me with that, please. Let me know when you come up with it. Yes, Harry. That piece that the Prime Minister did in one of his budget presentation, where he took us back to the FinSAC era and the 70s. Help me with that. It specifically attributed, that's the World Bank, part of the decline to policies that damaged private sector confidence, reduced productive investment, and increased skilled migration. So the phrase represents something much deeper than an incentive comment. 5 flights a day means it's a symbolic economic mistake. Because what Manley did was treat people like capital. Treated people like capital and productive people as enemies for social justice rather than resources that must be pursued to invest in Jamaica. And this is the philosophical rebuttal, therefore, to Golding needs. To Golding. The PNP's argument tend to begin with a proposition that it is difficult to disagree with. Poor people deserve an opportunity. Correct. We agree. Then government has a responsibility to protect people from exploitation. Correct. Then extreme concentration of wealth can distort democracy. That is also correct. But then comes the dangerous leap. We agree that poor people deserve opportunity. We agree that government has a responsibility to protect people from exploitation. And we also agree that extreme concentration of wealth can distort democracy. But then comes the dangerous leap. Therefore, the state should take a substantially greater role in directing economic activity. That does not logically follow Here is the possibility. And here is where now the Jamaica Labour Party and the PNP are different. It is for the people of Jamaica to decide. You build a society in which markets produce wealth. While democratic government ensure that wealth is broadly shared. You have to build a society where the market produce the wealth and the government ensures that the wealth is broadly shared based on several principles. How men organize to produce the means of their subsistence constitutes the foundations of society. You train your people and you create opportunities so that the training they receive can be used to advance their lives. That is essentially the lesson of successful social democracies. That is why America, more than 250 years old, is a wealthy country. And this is where the Jamaican debate often becomes confused. You have countries like Denmark, Sweden, Norway. Yeah, they did not become successful by recreating 1970s Jamaica. What Mr. Golding talking about? We're going to go back to 1970s. You know, when people say, look at Scandinavia, they have socialism. But then you could look at Cuba. And when you look at Scandinavia, you know what they're looking at is something more complicated. Because the Scandinavian model combines private enterprise, competitive markets, extensive international trade. They have private ownership, high employment, strong labor institutions, high taxation, universal social services. You know, the OECD describes the Scandinavian Nordic model as involving universal health and social protection, education, and labor market supports, but also what is called tripartite cooperation between employers, union, and state, with the objective of getting people into productive employment. That's very different from the state should own the commanding heights of the economy. Their lesson is, let markets create wealth. Use democratic institutions to make the distribution of opportunity and social protection more equitable. That's social democracy, not the classic Manleyite economic experience. That distinction is absolutely crucial. And I don't, yes, thank you, Harry. And I don't think that the Manley model was anything close to social democracy. don't think so at all. Mr. Golding goes on to say that democratic socialism is gaining traction in America. That is misleading, Mr. Golding. I wonder if I don't know, Mr. Golding. I don't know, I don't know if there are anyone listening from America that could confirm that democratic socialism is gaining traction in America. Mr. Golding's argument about the United States deserves scrutiny. There is clearly renewed interest in socialist and democratic socialist ideas in parts of America, especially on the left. The current American policies, though, demonstrates that there is a view that the left has that the democratic ideas ought to come more to the fore. There have been recent developments, though, involving democratic socialists of America affiliated candidates, and they show that the movement has gained political traction. Now, maybe that is what Mr. Golding is relying on, because as the economic squeeze hits the global markets, and Jamaica is no different, the recent ongoing war in Iran, the ongoing war in Ukraine has placed great strain on economies, and inflation is a tax on the poor. And when we have the global squeeze, small developing states like Jamaica bound to suffer. We see the prices at the pumps, we see the prices on the market, in the market, and on the shelves. And so politicians can exploit this for the vulnerable, because people will begin to feel that somehow the state can get involved and lower the price of flour. And already there are people in Jamaica talking that if Mr. Golding wins, patty, they're going to drop patty and chicken back and flour and rice. You see, this is where now the government will have to engage its people, massively engaged in a public education campaign that gets people to understand that there are limits to what governments can really do, and also to show to people how its policies are impacting their lives without them even recognizing. Take, for example, the cost of bus fares in Jamaica. You drive from Spanish Town to Halfway Tree and you pay $100 in an air-conditioned bus. You think that is the cost of it? You minimum wage workers who think that, oh, well, we're only taking home $17,000 per week. But you ride on a bus and you only pay $100. And the man who drives his car from Spanish Town to Halfway Tree, it costs him $2,000 per day, while you only pay $200. And his gas is not subsidized. He has to bear the full cost of the trip, while yours is subsidized. Those of you who are sending off your children to school in September, do you do you realize how much the cost of your child's education is subsidized? There's a huge difference, you see, between some Americans are increasingly attracted to socialist idea and the United States has adopted democratic socialism. The United States has not adopted democratic socialism. It hasn't. The United States remains overwhelmingly a market economy based on private ownership, private investment, entrepreneurship, and competitive markets. So Golding's argument is rhetorically clever, but it is logically weak. Mr. Golding is appealing to contemporary popularity, not evidence that the economic model works. Mr. Golding is trying to be popular, like Manley. Are more people talking about socialism? Yes. More people are talking about it. There's even a bigger problem because socialism does not solve the productivity problem. Member Harry, you can join me, please. And this is probably the most powerful argument for Jamaica. Jamaica's fundamental problem isn't simply the rich have too much. Jamaica's biggest problem is the country does not produce enough high-value goods and services per person. That's a productivity problem. You know, the World Bank has described Jamaica's disappointing economic performance as fundamentally a problem of low productivity. Nothing that Jamaica, the World Bank has noted that Jamaica has barely grown over decades, while countries such as Singapore and Mexico, countries with which Jamaica had been once compared, have outperformed us. Right? Harry, how are you, man? Let me see if I can go in and talk to Member Harry. Member Harry, how are you?
I'm doing good, neighbor. Just before you do so, neighbor, YouTubers, could you please give us the thumbs up over there and subscribe? Thank you.
Remember, I had to jump on today. I couldn't hold it when I saw this Gleaner saying that Golding bets on democratic socialism and Golding is embracing Manley's 1970 philosophy and is vowing to build on the former prime minister's legacy. What is the legacy there to be built on, member?
Neighbor, that legacy is a farce, and it has been something the People's National Party feels strongly and proudly about. But I put it down to a strong misconception as to how countries and governments are run.
Yes.
Yeah. How you achieve the outcome for the people.
Yes.
While maintaining the dignity of the country on the international stage. Right? I don't think the People's National Party have ever grasped what that means. For one, what it will take to achieve that, and also what are the sacrifices willing to be made, especially in a geopolitical time like now. They don't have the nuance and the understanding as to how to handle that, neighbor. And as such, if we listen to how they speak about the Manley times, they never speak about the economical part.
The economy itself that really collapsed.
Yeah. And what I believe why they run from it, neighbor, is that they don't understand the economics. Because the truth about it is no country survives without a properly run economy.
Uh-huh.
And it has to be an economy that produces and provides equity.
Yes.
To all those that are there. And that for them, equity for them means taking away from the average man. And I say the average man, here's why. Their version of socialism, or in this case, the democratic socialism, never ever contain or include those who wielded the power politically. If you listen to the rhetorics and their statements, it never ever brings down those who rule to the level of the average man. So, for example, when they mention about, the whole aspect of you having two cars and you have to give one, it never falls at the feet of the political representatives, of those who are ruling, of those in government. It is always those that are below them. And that does not produce equity. In fact, to have democratic socialism, neighbor, you need one of the best economy in the world to sustain it.
And it has to be producing and growing constantly.
It has to.
Yes,
It has to.
because you are redistributing the wealth that the economy is producing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And what it does, right? You can't build it around we take away from those who have more. What you do when you do that, neighbor, you don't make the man them whosoever want to do anything else. Because if I'm putting in the work and all of that, as the government who want to back this democratic socialism, have to find an independent way of those who are actually producing to bring up those who aren't. At no point in time, the People's National Party ever stated how they would do that. Because just redistributing of wealth doesn't mean the welfare of people increases. And we know how Jamaicans are, neighbor. You take away a man carry and get another one and him go sell that. Where is the production in it? Where is the advance, improvement, and continuity of productivity? It never guarantees it.
Now, let me ask you this, Harry, before you move on. Is this not why? Is this not what Andrew Holness has been trying to do since he became Prime Minister? With the setback of Melissa, that Holness has been trying to grow the economy so he can improve the lives of poor people. Isn't that the best model?
It is, neighbor. Because Scratchy always say, neighbor, it takes cash to care. In any economy, in any country, you have to have the economical backing to support anything that you're doing, any projects, any program, any policies. It has to be backed by money, whether that is specific resources or the physical cash itself. And one of the things, let me show you how this whole democratic socialism is a farce. In this modern day, you cannot remove foreign investment from a country. And I'll paint a bigger picture to show you, neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah. The countries in the Middle East, the Abu Dhabi, the Dubais, and those, if you take those away from the US, they crumble.
They are linked to the United States.
Those countries that I just named have pumped more money in the US stock market that holds up the US. You see these companies, the Fortune 500 and so on? There are 10 companies, the Apples, the Googles, and so on, that holds the US economy together. And the majority of the funding come from those specific countries.
Thank you for that.
The relationship to it is because they have a water deficit where they have to do desalination in the east and so on. And as such, they route the money to the US, make it in the stock market, and pump it back so they can run their economy. So there's a tight relationship there. But if you remove them, the bread and butter of the US economy dies. And those who understand world politics and economics knows that. So that is how direct foreign investment is a co-dependent factor in the world currently, right? As beautiful as Dubai is, they're currently opening up their borders, neighbor, for people to invest into real estate and other entities. Remember, they have oil. They won't need to do it. But they understand what it means to have foreign investment. And socialism, democratic socialism, was targeted and aimed at removing and reducing foreign investments. Now understand this, neighbor. Roll it back to when we gained independence, right? And under Manley. We needed foreign investments. As a free country, quote unquote, we didn't have the technocrats. We didn't have the manpower to do everything. We needed the wealth that was there from colonial rulers.
Yes.
And that's the reality of the day. But when you come up now and go up against those people trying to remove their influence to take down what they've built, right, in an aggressive manner, because let's be for real, democratic socialism came through in an aggressive manner. One of the worst we've seen in our history. And what you do now is you run away those who have the money, and you definitely need this money. You don't have the educational level. You don't have the expertise to do this, right? Despite being free. And this is one of the things where we didn't understand how to rule ourselves, and Manley and the PNP still don't know how to. It is a very fickle and delicate time when they did this, and this is why we were hurt so much. When you look at a Caribbean region, we knew we had tourism. Almost every single country in the Caribbean came off from the tourism aspect because of how colonial setups were. We benefited from that. And we saw that declined significantly. Now, where were they planning to get that money to fund this ideology? It couldn't be from bauxite, because that's a limited resource. And if you want to do it from bauxite or minerals, you would still have to do what, neighbor? Outsource the technocrats. Because Jamaica for itself as a state did not have holistically the alumina smelter. They didn't have the best in terms of proper energy sources, right? We need to understand that these things you need outsiders. And when you try to put in place to remove those influences, what you do is you start to erode yourself from within, right? It's almost, you hear them, so when you eat bubblegum or sweets on an empty stomach, neighbor, the stomach eats itself because it's preparing for food and it's not there. So it eats away on the walls. That is what democratic socialism was actually doing to Jamaica. And the People's National Party was so beautiful in coining it to those who are ignorant, because we weren't an educated society then, right? Maybe we've advanced a little now, but the emotional literacy is still pretty much low, right? Yes. So imagine how many people ran with that idea that, yeah man, this sound good. But the reality of the day is they couldn't tell them how they would fund it then. And Mark Golding and the PNP can't tell us how they'll fund it. No. So how are you going to embrace something that you don't know how? Wow. You have to find a way how to back it. And if you can't tell us how you're backing it, then you have to go away with that idea. Because everything in government, neighbor, when you're putting something into place, you have to do the studies for it, right? You then have to go ahead and ensure that it is measurable, that it is achievable, and you have a time frame to do so. And then more importantly, what are the steps for execution? And if your steps for execution does not work, what is the plan B? And we know Mark Golding and this People's National Party don't know how to do that. Their manifesto in 2025 shows us, and that is a small thing compared to what democratic socialism is from their end, and how crippling it can be for Jamaica.
Harry, this seemed like Mr. Golding trying to become relevant, to steer something, to become some popular leader. Is this Mr. Golding's insecurity of his own position as a leader? Why is he coming up with this idea now? Because I thought that democratic socialism in Jamaica, it would be something that we would be afraid to talk about based on the experience of the past.
Well, this is the thing in a neighbor. not many actually are I don't want to put it say, not many who are able to speak on the full experience of what democratic socialism has done to us, right? That is I don't want to say a dying breed of people. They're on the outgoing. And as such, not many are as vocal or willing to impart that experience through knowledge publicly. So we have a deficit there.
In other words, today's generation don't know what it's about.
Right.
Hold on a minute for me. Hold on a minute for me, Harry. Let me play something that somebody said.
Are you tithing even? You know, I mean, for those people who want to have socialism, and it's the be all and the end all, and that's the utopian view. How about you start it in your own home? You know, just you have a front door, just let everybody come in. Since you think that this is the best thing to do, start with you. You have everybody come in and you feed everybody and you do all of that. And you know, before you force it on everybody else. Are you tithing even? You know, I mean, the 10% that God wants from me, are you even doing that? Maybe if you do that, then we can talk.
You know, they're happy to be generous with other people's money.
But the problem is, as Thatcher said, sooner or later you run out of it. And that's what some of these countries that had, you know, some of these European countries that had more of a socialistic tendency, they have changed.
Yeah,
they have changed. And even so, some of them per capita, even though they had socialist policies, they had more billionaires than we have in America. So
okay, there you have it. So I'm wondering, here we are on this Saturday talking about Golden and his idea. Is Golden not flying a kite or setting a trap here, Harry? Is Golden seeking relevance? Is this going anywhere?
Neighbor, it is more than just seeking relevance, because he's losing so much traction, right? And when you look at it, you know, it is an attempt to still rev up the base of the People's National Party. Because let's look at it for a quick minute, right? The whole build-out of it, when Dayton Campbell came and said this is a reincarnation of Manley, that wasn't a prop summer Golding, you know. It was an indirect representation to say, listen, we can bring back Manley tendencies.
Yes.
That was what revved up the base.
Oh.
So, Mark Golding himself never really see the bigger picture. He was a pawn in that move. Right? Because
so it had nothing to do with Golding.
No, right? Because nobody cares that Dayton said it about Mark. What they did was the fact that we have somebody who probably can carry out a Manley did, and some things that he probably didn't finish. Because remember,
but what is it that he didn't finish? What is it that he did not finish? Golden is talking about finishing the Manley's legacy. What did Manley really start that we need to finish?
Neighbor, for them, it is this hidden idea of equity for the quote-unquote poor man, right? Because if you look at when they always speak about it, it's always the poor man they matter about, you know?
Uh-huh.
So, when you look at it, how much poor people in Jamaica? What does the poverty rate says no? How is it applicable to no?
Well, Damian Crawford says 700,000 living below the poverty line. Where those figures come from?
Until Statin can give me those numbers, neighbor, that's one. And until Damian Crawford can bring the draft for almost a year ago, I don't think anything he says is of any relevance.
Uh-huh.
Right? Because he can't stay true to his word. And if I can't believe what you state, then if you come with something else and didn't stand on your word with evidence previously, then I would say you aren't somebody who we can trust.
Yeah.
Right? And of course, Damian tends to have verbal diarrhea a lot of times, neighbor.
Let me ask you something, member. Hold on. The recent pressure on the global economy, the global oil shocks we are experiencing, the rise in oil prices, the war in Iran, in Ukraine, there is a strain on the world economy, and no doubt it's affecting Jamaica. To what extent do you think that the people of Jamaica blames the government? And is the opposition, you think, exploiting a definite strain on people's dollar? Why they are at this time calculating that if you tell the people that somehow the government can step in and do more for them, that will provide them with a political forward?
It is, neighbor. So what the People's National Party is doing is playing on the ignorance of Jamaicans again. You'd always hear me say, neighbor, Jamaicans cannot speak economics because they don't know it. And this is an economic factor. We played the other night where Julian Robson talking about we in a recession.
Right.
And that was debunked. A lot of people run with that because one, they don't know what a recession is. Two, they don't know how it comes about. And three, they aren't capable as yet.
But remember, sorry, what is the message in the society though? Is it that Jamaicans are largely of the view that we are in a recession, or are they have starting corrected? Do you think sufficient has been done to correct Robinson's malaise?
I don't think enough has been done to curve it, neighbor, because what happens, it rides on emotiveness, on the emotions, and Jamaicans are a very emotional set of people, so that's going to hit home very quickly.
Yes,
right? It's going to run through society very easily because the least inconvenience one have, what I've seen and in terms of going through social media and so on, is everything is the government, but it is the idea that is being put out by the opposition that if they were there, this wouldn't happen. So a lot of these people who run with that idea is, are we saying if PMP was in power, there wouldn't be an Israel issue? There wouldn't be a Ukraine and Russia issue? There wouldn't be a Europe drought and climate issue? There wouldn't be having a US president who is bringing back an ideology from the 1880s? Is it that PMP is so good they can change the world? Because that is what they sell the people in a neighbor. And let me give people the reality. They could not do it. And here's why. And I'll show how the government have taken steps to try and help people, especially with this oil situation.
Tell us, please.
Petrojam, neighbor.
Yes.
For over 2 to 3 weeks was taking the hit for Jamaica and Jamaicans, the average.
But them don't know, Harry. People don't know. Earlier, I spoke about the bus fare subsidy.
Exactly, right? Now, when you have an entity like that is taking a $1.3 billion hit a day.
Oh my God!
To ensure that you can still go to the pumps. Remember, this is not something the government have control over. We can't tell Iran and US and Israel what they do.
To stop fight,
Right? And when you look, we have to find ways how to do it. No, we got hit by Melissa. 56% of GDP is missing. We can't produce enough to even substantially offset it. So what they do? They did two things. Petrojam took as much blow as they could for us.
Yes.
And it's very commendable. I respect them for that. Right? Then BOJ went ahead and strategically pulled money from the market when needed to be to keep inflation, since Melissa, between their target range of 4 to 6%, which is livable because there's no country that can run without inflation. There's something called healthy inflation, neighbor.
Yes.
And we've been able to keep it in and around that range for a very long time in terms of the last decade.
Yes.
And it was that easy feat because the BOJ came under serious pressure, especially from the opposition. Every time they are going to do something, them say it can't be done. And God thank you for Mr. Biles. He did an exceptional job, and his team. And that work will continue, right? It is the first time since Melissa as well that a small portion has gone over their targeted range. And their targeted range keeps Jamaica in a very confident spot. And I'll show the people how. Normally, when a country gets hit by whether it be crime of this magnitude or a natural disaster which have taken away their productivity and so on, their ratings fall. It's almost like a snowball effect, right? But instead, Jamaica held firm. And people will say, well, we're not advanced. Okay. Holding firm after losing more than half of your GDP is something to be not worried about, but to be praised that institutions and the government were able to do so. If US lose 56% of their GDP, neighbor, a problem.
A problem in the world.
Right? And people need to understand these things. And this is why, we said the education aspect of Jamaica. I think the new Jamaica needs to have these conversations from the home. Understand how the economics work, because you can know how the country works, neighbor, just by utilizing strategies in the home. And the clip you played speaks volumes. Understand this, neighbor. If you teach your kids how money work, right? They get a little thing to put in their savings. They do chores. Some paid, some not. They get to understand a few things. One, what it feels like to earn money. Two, how to use it in terms of saving it and so on. And three, the gratification of it. You change the mindset and viewpoint as to how money actually work, how it moves, where it goes, how intentional it should be. And that is just the basics in the home.
I want you to double down on something that you are saying, that in terms of policy prescriptions and policy alternatives, the PNP would be constrained by the same set of circumstances and could do nothing more right now.
They could not, neighbor, right? And I can take away them not having the technocrats, because it is really men against boys when we compare the Jamaica Labour Party and their expertise compared to the actual members currently in the People's National Party.
Tell me a little bit more of that. Tell me a little bit more of that. What do you mean by that?
Labour, let's look at, I'm going to speak briefly on finance,
Uh-huh.
on economy and investment, because they're different ministries.
Yes.
And also on foreign ministry.
Yes.
Anybody from the People's National Party, their supporters and so on, name me the three most competent individuals who can represent Jamaica in those three areas.
Tell us the 3 areas again.
So we're looking at investment and businesses, right? I think that one is with Albin Hill. We're looking at Minister of Finance, right? That's with Auntie Fayeval. And we're looking at foreign affairs, right? With Camille Smith Johnson. Those three things are actually three carefully crafted ministries, neighbor, and very vital for how Jamaica operates right now. And here's why. You have to know how to maneuver with the geopolitics, that's your foreign affairs, your foreign policies. And while I may put it down on the foreign ministry, it takes in other ministries, but I'm speaking on just that one because it's a collective affair.
Yes.
How you diligently and strategically operate with and against global powers.
Yes.
You have to ensure you know what you're doing. For example, we kept our stance with the whole Israel issue. Right? We didn't vote on it. We didn't be impulsive and emotional and take a different stance. That worked for us. Israel is also one of the countries that gave aid to Jamaica. Right? No. What was the People's National Party stance? Take a vote. Stand with one of the two parties. Remember, we don't have the full historical knowledge and nuance to decide with any of these countries.
Yes.
This isn't a situation where when Jamaica speaks, the world listen. It's not that.
Right.
But if you vote for something that does not produce a neutral, equitable stance and something that maintains relationship without affecting Jamaica and its people's livelihood, then you can manage to go on. But the People's National Party stood up and flew a flag. I will not call the flag that was flown. at their office, right? That showed their stance. A public declaration as well about it. That you cannot do. So they don't understand foreign policy. Right? They also looked at the TCN. Their leader said he wouldn't have not taken the deal. Right? He doesn't speak on the negotiations of it. But the People's National Party, them run and say, oh, them this and that, which is against it. The Cuba issue as well. We stood for the welfare of not just our people, right? We stood for the welfare of the Cuban doctors, nurses, teachers, and anyone else who came here under the program. We stood for their welfare. We would not have stand because we are benefiting from that. That is something we call, neighbor, almost like you're being a leash, where the invader takes over the host and takes away from it, right?
Yes.
There's no mutual benefit in it. Because what is the cost that we saw with the Cuban persons? So we get this good health care from them, but they suffer as individuals in terms of how they live. This is not something you or a leader you want to stand with. If you can't stand for individuals and your Caribbean brethren, for equity, for good living conditions, for humane conditions, then I can trust you to lead me, because it simply means you will use people or use anyone to achieve your political goal. And that doesn't stand for democratic socialism either.
Okay.
So they're saying one thing and want to do another thing.
Yeah. So the cumulative, are you through there, so member?
For the foreign affairs, yes, neighbor.
Okay. The cumulative impact on the Jamaican economy under the 70s. I did some figures on it. I could go back to it, but I would have throw it over to you. Was largely negative, Harry. By 1980, Jamaica was virtually broke. That is the negative part of the socialism debate that you are saying that the PNP don't want us to remember, because they went on this large distribution expansion of social programs, but it was not backed by any productive activity. Speak to us about that type of thinking of Manley, and why you would caution us against anything like that right now, because as you are saying, the economy at this point is unable to take on much more in terms of the social side or the distributive side.
We can't. We don't have it to distribute.
We don't have it at all.
Right? We don't. And yes, I can tell you the counter argument for the persons listening who favor People's National Party is going to say, oh, but when you say Jamaica better and Jamaica go on things and the NIR is over $6 billion US. Those things are true. Jamaica is in a significantly better place. But that doesn't mean because you have some level of resources, you're going to use it anyhow you please. Jamaica is not yet at the place of the Scandinavian countries, the Norwegians, the Swiss, right? We aren't there yet. They used what they had to get there. We squandered it, standing on this social democratic stupidness. Right?
So you are not against social distribution and social expansion. What you are saying is that we first have to create the wealth.
We have to create it in order to sustain it, neighbor.
No, so hold on. We don't even have, we not only need to create it, but sustain the creation of wealth. As we give it out, it has to be coming in.
It has to be replenished every of the way. Labour understand what the few things that are there that should have came under social democratic socialism, right? We needed to have what I'd say a combination of private investment and public investment.
Yes.
We at that time we were a free nation. There was inequality and inequity in terms of where the wealth was. We understand how we got there, the historic reasons for it.
Yes.
That is facts. That has nothing to do with PNP or JLP. that is just the history as to how we came about, right? How you detangle that neighbor has to ensure that you don't offend those with the wealth, right? You do not come off aggressive.
And tell them about 5 flights a day.
Exactly. And you want to almost go ahead, neighbor, and give them incentives to find ways in distributing this wealth, which means the government needed to create projects that attracted private investors, those with the wealth, while creating from those projects, neighbor, opportunities for those who did not have the wealth. That is how you properly redistribute wealth. You give the poor man the chance to get a job, so you educate him. Let them love run with heart and praise hard. Get them in it. Prepare them for where the world is going. And that is why I loved how Edward Seaga operated. He knew where the world was going. Manley didn't. Right? The People's National Party didn't understand it. And you have to be proactive. It's going to hurt while you're doing it in a neighbor. I won't come here and say we won't have bitter pill to swallow and taste sour oranges. It will initially. But as you go along and build it out, and you have that synergy between public and private investment, you then have to ensure that land reformation, something the People's National Party speak about and didn't know how to execute. Because understand that in that time, land brought economic opportunities, not just wealth. It stood for wealth. But the wealth didn't come without economic opportunities. So at that time, agriculture was key, right? Which would have helped our manufacturing sector. And you see the ripple effect. You create opportunities as you go along because you create different services that are needed, neighbor. But we didn't have that land reformation under them. What we had was giving away things that were never properly institutionalized, right? You then have to create, and this is the most critical one, economic freedom with labor protections. And here's why I say that comes off for me from the back of private and public investment. You do not want to take advantage of the poor man, and you don't want to go ahead and technically scam the rich man. Because what you create there, no neighbor, is chaos. You create distrust. You create each individual or each party in this case, right? A level of, I have to look over my shoulder during any deal, doing anything that I'm doing. So there's no synergy. There's no proper understanding between both. And that is key because labor protections is key. And I hear the PMP run go talk about tourism and how we're not paying our laborers enough and so on. That comes with skill set. That comes with proper certification. I'm not speaking of certification for land when a whole nothing. Proper equipping the people for not just what is there, but other opportunities that will create more wealth, neighbor.
Yes.
Right? If you look at Bermuda and the likes of Cayman, they don't have anything really.
Yes.
But what they do is find high-end jobs, neighbor. They saw where the world was going and they were preempted to do it. So what they did? High technology, finance. Those aren't manual labors that you'd see, but guess what? They pay damn good. And that is where Jamaica has to go eventually. And that is how you start to now find ways to maintain that productivity, the production, and the money, the economic stability that you need to bring in this social distribution, right? And when we look at it, of course, there's social responsibility, both from private and public sector, right? From the government and those who are in the private sector. Because what you want to do, neighbor, is ensure that there's responsibility being taken. Whether that is, and we see it, neighbor, because there's something we call corporate responsibility. You'll see sometimes, for example, Digicel go out and put out treats and all of these things. And of course, they get a little tax write-off and here and there. That is something you needed to do, and the People's National Party didn't understand properly how to do it. But guess what? You cannot have the social responsibility without this is something we've been doing for the last 10 years, neighbor. Fiscal discipline.
Yes.
You need to have fiscal discipline. And thank God we were able to do it somewhat. Because I'm happy the government found a way to do it. Of course, this started under Bruce Golding. And thank God for IMF. I don't like IMF, but thank God when they intervened. Right? They understood what was happening. And yes, it was an opportunity for IMF to make money off of lending. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? But they came in with such strict rules, neighbor. Policies that needed to be done. And you had to fast track it. Hence why we had Epoch. Thank God again for Senator Duncan to come out and spill the truth on that. It was the political one, right? It was an economical decision from the private sector. And I'm happy for that. But when we look at how things were fast tracking that time and had to be held mandatorily by the government of the time, right? They had no choice. That helped us to now then create a foundation where the Andrew Holness administration can now aggressively take the approach, neighbor, to institutionalize in the minds of the people fiscal discipline. Because that got us where we are. That got us to have money if we can fix road. People have talked about how much road damage, how much road fix. Under the PMP, we didn't have that. We were supposed to do what? Pothole free by 2003?
Yes.
That never happened, right? We are now able to find money, neighbor, and I'm using the word, we found money, because Prime Minister Simpson actually found money somewhere, somehow. I don't know how, magically. But that in itself, neighbor, we were able to now move things around, be efficient beyond what we were before, to move things around and aggressively pay down the debt, which gave us more wiggle room. Not wiggle room to just borrow money, but wiggle room now to target specific areas. Crime.
Yes.
Record low. In over 3 decades. Right? Investor sentiment is above where Jamaica has ever seen before. And imagine we had a lot going for us back in the days, and we didn't attract the investment in this way, because I know people will run and come with it. Let me show them our neighbor.
Tell us.
We had investors in the 1990s to early 2000s. But guess what? You know what that investment was? Paper investment. That means I'll invest in a CD. That money don't go nowhere else but straight through the bank into the instrument and out after 30, 60, 90, 100 days, 180 days or for a year. That money did not have any impact on how we produced. So it looked good. Yeah, man, we have one heap of money also. That money never passed through the economy. It never drive production, right? While this money was here and this investment sentiment was here, people are getting 30, 40% on very safe investment, neighbor.
Yes.
Extremely safe.
Yours is troubling to most Jamaicans.
Sorry.
The world out.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
And one of the things that happened, neighbor, a lot of this money went to overseas investors because they understood one thing. They could have converted the money to JMD, invest it into these instruments, and when they converted again to US, they were still over 20% up, which was higher than almost every other investment globally, or rather in the Western area. So even when they did the conversion, they were making money, but that not come down to the small man. We were still borrowing money thoroughly, every single budget. Borrowing, and no productivity, no production happened. What we're seeing now is money targeting expenditures that will revenue. And that's one of the things that's falling under NARA. These projects that are coming are strategically set up to not just make Jamaica look pretty, but to pay for itself, because that money is not free. And I'll tell Jamaicans that it's not free. Yes, some might be in there free and grant, but the majority of it is targeted to ensure that we go ahead and build the infrastructure to attract investment from the diaspora, from Jamaicans, and so much neighbor. We have a micro exchange coming in to help smaller businesses. We know how the stock exchange work. That is a government who shows you what it means to handle an economy, to create the opportunities need for the improvement of people's lives. Because we're not getting a fish. Those days are over. Get with it. The world is no longer there. We have to teach you how to fish, get you prepared, make the changes, allow you to make the decisions for yourself, not depend on a politician and an ideology that never worked in the best of times for Jamaica. How is it going to happen now? And I think that is the reality Jamaicans need to understand, where we have to be fiscally disciplined neighbor and able to create the future that we want, to be the change. Because these things can start from the home, and I gave the example as to how you inform and educate your kids. That is you preparing them for the future. That is you also targeting. There's something you can learn from budgeting. That is fiscal discipline in the household. You stick to what you put out. Yeah. And we're not saying adverse issues won't happen and ad hoc situations won't come up. But guess what? Even in the household, you know where every dollar is going. Can the People's National Party and the social and democratic socialism even coin something close enough to find the money to maintain or even to start democratic socialism in this matter? They can't.
Thank you so much, Harry. Brilliant presentation.
Asking everyone to tap the screen, repost the live, send the heart me's, and YouTube, please like and subscribe to our channel.
Thank you so much. What a Saturday afternoon. 15 minutes after 6 o'clock. And we are here because the political temperature in Jamaica has just been turned up a notch with the leader of the People's National Party, opposition leader Mark Golding, suggesting that the PNP is betting on democratic socialism. Mr. Golding is embracing Michael Manley's 1970 philosophy, and he is vowing that if he is elected prime minister, he is going to build on the former prime minister's legacy. Now, the politics in Jamaica is about to be turned up, because this is going to be a fascinating discussion over the next couple of days, because one recalls the People's National Party's, democratic socialism pursuits in the 1970s and what that did for Jamaica. The famous 5 flights a day. A lot of people are very concerned. I think the PNP will have some questions to answer. Mr. Golding may be flying a kite. I wonder if that kite will take flight or it will come crashing down. What is the tail on the flight? I'm going to play for you the Jamaican Prime Minister in his budget presentation this year had some very interesting things to take. The tape is about 20 minutes long. I don't know if we have time to play all of it, but let's see how much of it we can play. We want to get back to Harry. He's really, really helping us to understand a little bit of the history and what it is that we are doing today. Here's the Prime Minister.
As we know it, has changed.
Please repost the live.
I know the present state of world affairs is troubling to most Jamaicans. Uncertainty, disruption, and seeming unfairness appears to characterize the new order. Our historic colonial experiences create an almost instinctive reflex that we will be victims in a world where raw power appears to be dismantling the protection of a rules-based system.
Well, this Prime Minister, you see, and a lot of times when Prime Ministers make them type of speech, then just done. They make them and then done. Now, I am sure that the Prime Minister would have gathered his advisors with his own researchers, and he would have thought about Jamaica. And I'm playing this for you because I want you to recognize that wholeness understands the new world. I don't know if Mark does. with this nonsensical idea of returning to democratic socialism. Where that I go? Where that I go in 2026? Listen to the Prime Minister.
Where engagement is highly transactional and opportunistic. In the minds of the average Jamaican, they may not say it in this way, but if you were to distill the thoughts, the question is, how are we going to navigate this space as a small country and do more than just survive, but thrive? It is a real issue.
Yes.
When we see happening almost regularly now, wars in distant places, weaponization of sanctions.
Yes.
It is a concern to the average Jamaican when the price of their goods rise, having nothing to do with them. As a small country, the sense of feeling powerless is real. But as Jamaicans, as Caribbean people, we don't just cower and say we are helpless. Our history tells us we must resist as a people. It is who we are, even in the face of power, unequal and uneven. We must resist.
Well, the Prime Minister, they're talking about we must resist. I'm going to go back there, but it's important that I put this into context. As I said to you, expect that the political debate to sharpen. This is the election. Mr. Golding is laying down the gauntlet. He's going to campaign that he, Golding, is going to complete Michael Manley's legacy. Very important, very interesting. Continue with the Prime Minister.
I think the first strategy, however, Madam Speaker, is that we must learn from our past.
Yes.
It is not the first time that the global order has changed in profound ways. We could go back to the Napoleonic era, but we won't go that far. Let's go to the post-World War II era, 1945 to 1950, when the actual multilateral system that exists now was formed. Born out of the ashes of global conflict, it is the most decisive and extensive ordering of global affairs in modern history. The United States of America and the Allied powers constructed a global order anchored on the formation of the IMF, the World Bank, the United Nations, and the General Agreement on Tariffs on Trade, GATT, which we now call WTO. This multilateral order drastically reduced interstate conflict and enabled unprecedented economic growth over the last 8 years. It is not perfect, but it is better than anything that existed before. Madam Speaker, while multilateral rules-based institutions were being established, two other developments were happening in parallel. Many other developments were happening, but I want to focus on just two. The first is the emergence of what is called a bipolar power structure, which we generally call, at the time when it was emerging, the Cold War.
The Cold War. Let's pause it there. Now, I am playing this because I want Jamaicans to appreciate that the Prime Minister understands the global world. Mr. Golding does not. Had Mr. Golding understands or understood the shape of the present day global system, he couldn't be suggesting democratic socialism. For Jamaica, A small developing state recovering from its worst economic shock in more than 100 years. 50% of its GDP loss. The PNP themselves are suggesting that we are in a recession, though that has been proven to be false by the Planning Institute of Jamaica. And what Mr. But Mr. Golin did say after the hurricane, that each member of parliament is to get $50 million, including himself and Desmond McKenzie. Members of parliament whose constituencies were not affected by Hurricane Melissa must get $50 million each. And that Jamaica should take some money out of the NIR and spend it on social programs. Listen to the Prime Minister.
Two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. Between 1947 and 1991, the world split into two competing blocs, the US-led Western Bloc and the Soviet-led Eastern Bloc, each with its own military alliances, economic systems, and ideological frameworks. The second process, Madam Speaker, was the process of decolonization. And this was accelerating. Empires could no longer afford their colonies. Resistance against colonialism internally increased, moving dozens of states to independence across the world. Asia in the 1940s through to the 1950s. Africa in the 1950s through to the 1970s.
Hold on there. I think there are very few parliamentarians sitting in that house. This was a master class for them that understood what the Prime Minister was talking about. Master class. You understand me say? And Jamaicans must listen. I know it's not the politically sexy type of programming, but this is how you learn. Because when you look on your screen and see what opposition leader Mark Golin is suggesting, you understand how the world would have changed since 1970s? Huh? You know what the Prime Minister said? That Jamaica received more aid under Gilbert in 1988 than it did today. What is that saying to you? That the world would have changed and how Jamaica is viewed. Change. There are no more free meals. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, spoke about coming off the menu and going to the table. And he says, if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. Okay? And when you're on the menu, you have very little choice, or your choices you have are limited. Go back into the Prime Minister.
And the Caribbean in the 1960s through to the 1980s. The United Nations started in 1945 with 51 countries. Today, it has 193 countries. Newly independent states joining this new rules-based multilateral system essentially created a third bloc. And you would hear these terms being used, I certainly heard it when I was growing up, referring to this third bloc as the third world. So the new system of global order, when it emerged with two blocks, the Western Bloc, the Eastern Bloc, divided by a Cold War, a process of decolonization which gave states independence, creating a third bloc. Madam Speaker, the multilateral system afforded newly independent nations like Jamaica a voice and a vote. That was very important in the multilateral system. A voice and a vote. But, Madam Speaker, we had no power. We had no military power. And we had no economic power. Madam Speaker, both superpowers sought to control this third bloc, to expand their spheres of influence, secure strategic geographies, access resources and markets, and spread their culture and ideology, or simply put, to exercise hegemony. This was the context within which Jamaica started its navigation of a complex global system.
All right. The Prime Minister is about to take you a little deeper into this fascinating and fantastic presentation. The best I've heard from any Jamaican Prime Minister. This presentation by the Prime Minister. He's really good, really grown. Very, very good. Absolutely brilliant and fantastic. Prime Minister. Go ahead.
At its independence. At the outset, the Right Excellent Sir Alexander Bustamante, when asked about Jamaica's alignment, declared, "We are with the West." A simple yet profound framing of Jamaica's foreign policy, economic and social program, and political direction. The Jamaica Labour Party has always taken a pragmatic yet principled approach to the multilateral system and the vicissitudes of the poles of powers within it, while staunchly maintaining our independence of thought and agency to act in our best interest. The position served Jamaica well. The period between 1962 and 1972 saw political stability, the fastest pace of growth and development of the Jamaican economy, and the build out of our institutions. Madam Speaker,
here is it.
The period 1972 to 1980 of the Cold War era. The PNP government under Prime Minister Michael Manley changed Jamaica's political, economic, and social development policy and trajectory to democratic socialism.
Well, here is it now. Okay? So you hear that. Jamaica was doing well. Institutions were being built. Then came Michael Manley. And now you have Mark Golding. Listen to the Prime Minister.
Which also informed a change in Jamaica's foreign policy outlook. During that period, Jamaica joined the non-aligned movement and pursued relations with other socialist and communist countries of the Eastern Bloc, including Cuba. This was a fundamental and consequential shift based on an almost fanciful ideological aspiration. It placed us in the crossfire of a power struggle between superpowers, which was not in our interest and had negative consequences domestically. This period coincided with the collapse of the Jamaican economy, our first debt crisis, the hollowing out of the middle class, and the emergence of widespread political and gang violence. Many of the challenges we face today are anchored in that period of our history.
You hear that? Jamaica's problems today are anchored in that period of our history. What period is he talking about? The period that Mr. Golding, based on the Gleaner, is suggesting that he wants to build on. he's betting on democratic socialism.
No, look. I know what I have said here is going to stir up our antsness, because people do feel very strongly about this period, but I don't think it is ventilated enough. Look, no, what I've said here is not opinion. These are the facts. These are the facts. If you ask me for my opinion, I will give you my opinion. Right? And my opinion is that I admire Michael Manley's intellect. I admire his willingness to challenge, but I also question his judgment. Madam Speaker, as it turned out, by 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed as a pole of power, and the multilateral system entered a unipolar phase dominated by the US, Western liberal globalization, and free markets. The global socialist experiment for which the PNP diverted Jamaica had been defeated and proven to be the wrong path to be pursued. Now, here are the facts. Michael Manley, and this is part of why I admire him as well, would come back to power a reformed man in 1989, abandoning the policy of democratic socialism, embracing the IMF, liberalization, privatization, free markets, and pursuing close ties with the United States. And this is what the part of the history that is not reconciled. Why did we go down that path?
Why? Why did Jamaica, growing at 5%, go down the path of democratic socialism? Yes, we were creating wealth, and we decided that we wanted to distribute it. Okay? And here we are, more than 50 years after. The cleanup is suggesting that the PNP is betting on democratic socialism. Now, what? Harry? Harry, are you there?
Here, neighbor.
I'm going to go back to the Prime Minister. But Harry, it's a very sobering moment, you know, that in listening to the Prime Minister chronicle the history, to think that the leader of the opposition is even thinking about taking us back down that path.
If you ever want to tap the screen, share the live, and repost the live.
It's a damning, how to put it? It's a damning announcement, neighbor, and it is a threat to the success that we've had thereafter. Because, and I'm happy we played the part where Prime Minister Holness spoke about Manley pulling back the curtains and embrace something different.
Abandoning it, yeah?
So from that, you know, why would I want to take on something that somebody who, let's say, pioneered it or coined it, realized the shortcomings and moved away from? Why would I want to reintroduce a failed ideology which created a failed state in a period where the country was actually on the up and up? Why would I want to reintroduce that? Is it what Mark Golding is saying to us? No. that he's anti-growth. He's anti-development of Jamaica because Manley did it when Jamaica was growing and reversed the gains. Nowhere having stability. Now we are looking to move forward. And Mark Golding wants to reintroduce this said ideology with no modifications. The said ideology. It shows that the People's National Party is anti-growth and anti-Jamaica, neighbor.
It's very disappointing. Let's finish the Prime Minister and then we can take some calls.
That is the question that keeps bothering me. Because it must bother every Jamaican, because had we not diverted for 10 years, even if we had changed government, but kept strategic and wise policies, Jamaica would be far better. Far better. As we have seen with countries like Singapore facing the same challenges, but maintained a strategic and wise foreign policy. Madam Speaker, today we see the global system changing again, moving from a unipolar world to now a multipolar world, with the rise of China, India, the reassertion of Russia, and the EU. There are now more players who can exercise military, economic, technological, and normative power within the multilateral system than when it was designed 80 years ago. This means there is likely to be greater contestation within the multilateral system and less automatic consensus on issues and solutions. There is also a greater likelihood of fragmentation, which is what we are seeing now, as powers seek to advance their interests unilaterally. It begs for a reform, urgent reform actually, of the global multilateral system. We cannot abandon it, but it must be reformed to take into consideration these new power dynamics that have emerged. In this dynamic foreign policy environment, Jamaica must be strategic. We cannot go down the road of ideological rhetoric.
You hear that? Ideological rhetoric. Democratic socialism. You know, boy, I tell you, I wonder what the United States thinking tonight. Jamaica, one of its largest partners in the Caribbean, talking about democratic socialism.
Been there, done that. Foreign policy is about having a clear framework of principles and values within which we pursue our interests, while treating with the interests and powers of others with whom we engage. My administration has always ensured that our foreign policy serves our economic interests. Whatever I do must make sure that Jamaica can recover quickly, that the person in Westmoreland whose house has not yet been restored, that the chances of a quick restoration is not hampered.
Oh, I think we got the Prime Minister there. Matsik, your comments on what we're talking about here so far?
Neighbor, it is a very refreshing listening to the Prime Minister.
Yes.
People will learn, and who have not learned where the
and we see the benefits of our foreign.
Hold on for me. Let me just turn him down a little. Okay, yeah. Go ahead now. Go ahead.
People who do not know where the demise of Jamaica arrived,
yes,
just get a can capitulate their mind into what the Prime Minister is saying.
Yes.
You understand? In regards to Mark Golden, neighbor, because that's an argument there.
Uh-huh.
What Mark Golden is that what is happening now is bankrupt of idea.
He's bankrupt of ideas. He don't have no more ideas left. Matsik, break
No. He's got no, we talk about vision. Without vision, people perish. So he's bankrupt of idea. He don't know which direction to take the party. He's trying to search for the success of the party. He can't go into PJ Patterson era or Portia era, so he go back to the dark era.
You call it the dark era?
The darkest period in Jamaica history.
Oh, tell us about it.
Yes, it is the dark era. It is a dark period.
Oh.
Neighbor, first and foremost.
Tell us about it.
Socialism, democracy, socialism, democracy, or democratic socialism is a reckless way to govern.
Oh.
First and foremost, it belittles the mind of the citizen and give them the wrong impression that this is how it goes when it is far from the truth.
Uh-huh.
And that's what we are suffering from today. Now, what we're going on, neighbor? What we've got is a party wanting to, as Eric rightfully said, bring us back the road of no growth, no productivity.
My God.
Lack of relationship with our partners. And when you look at it, what is the stance of the Labour Party? We know what democratic socialism does to Jamaica. But what is the stance of the party? The Prime Minister stated, the JLP do not believe in trickle-down theory, you know, Mr. Neighbor.
Yes.
And that is what socialism, democracy is. Trickle-down theory. What the Jamaica Labour Party believe in, which is opposite to the PNP, they believe in economic growth that automatically benefit people, not to undo the growth of the economy, which was the case in Michael Manley era. This experiment that he tried. When we were experiencing growth, remember, the Prime Minister said that our relationship was important with our partners, foreign relationship. And at the time when he talked about the struggle with the Soviet Union, I remember when I would start going to school, I used to wear one bag and my bag go to school in those times in the 1989, 1990, before 91, before the Soviet Union collapsed. What used to be on that bag? It was promoting the West.
Oh.
It was a soldier bag marking USSR, US Navy, US Marine. I don't know how many people used to have the back in the school. But what the West was doing, they were promoting themselves. So when the Prime Minister talk about they exploit the colonial era, and because it becomes now a multilateral world where the bipolar world collapse, yeah, with the Soviet Union and the America alone, a fight for power struggle. Remember, people need to realize that that's where the world reached. Because remember, the Prime Minister stated clearly, we were powerless. We never called for this. We never have no option. When time then come, because it's a world, it was a struggle. So we have to decide who we are going to align ourselves with. It was necessary. They aligned, and he make it known that the Boston said that he would align himself with America. We were growing. We were prospering. Development school was building. Hospital was building. We talk about it on here, and then when in the 70s, when time the PNP and Michael Manley changed the whole face of Jamaica and take it to the Soviet Union way, or to the communist way, or to the socialist democracy as he would call it. What happened? Schools stop build. Hospitals stop build. Roads stop build. They can depreciate. And this is what this man is trying to bring back to Jamaica. Right now, we have people that benefit from the policy of the Jamaica Labour Party because they have chose a strategic policy to follow, which is prosperity and to benefit the people of Jamaica. What is happening now? Because of the policy of Andrew Wallace, people are going out free. People can go to the hospital free. This was the same policy where Michael Manley wanted to implement.
But they couldn't afford it because the economy.
Any policy.
The economy couldn't afford it.
Yes, and there wasn't any policy that he had He just a run with it. It was a run with it situation. And that is what Jamaica run with it up until now. We think say, them we still get free land, them we still get free this, them we get free that. Them we still have a parish coast and now work for collect check. That is the socialism where ingrained in Jamaican culture, neighbor, and in the politics. And it is the PNP that inserted it. It is damaging. It is wicked.
Oh my
neighbor,
God.
what we need to look on now. How do we benefit from the policies and the direction that the Jamaica Labour Party have taken Jamaica? How do we benefit? We have Cornwall Regional Hospital. We have Maypen Hospital. We have expansion from the Jubilee Hospital. We have Bustamante Hospital. Where are the hospital where belong under the socialist in democracy? Cuba did come and build Jose Marti. And it's tried to shore up, say them care, but them couldn't afford it. Because within 2 years, them collapsed. After all of that started. Almost. So the vision of Michael Manley, I have always said, Michael Manley was a failure to Jamaica. But people don't realize it. I hope that this presentation by the Prime Minister open them eyes more and they understand that Michael Manley is the failure of Jamaica. And Michael Manley is the PNP idol. And that means to say PNP failed Jamaica and PNP will never resurrect Jamaica, cannot resurrect Jamaica, because the idol that they idolize, that they trumpet and talk about, is the worst thing that have ever happened.
Oh God.
To Jamaica. Michael Manley. Tell them, the only thing I agree with the Prime Minister is his willingness to change, to embrace change. He did that.
He's the worst thing that ever happened to Jamaica, Matic.
God. Neighbor. It is a dark period of Jamaica.
Oh God.
It is Jamaica dark period. It is worse than the recession that we had, that the world suffer. Because we recover quicker. How long did we recover from the policy and the bad management of Michael Manley policies? Make me talk about it.
Well.
And it wasn't as it was. Remember the world recession that we had just in 2008 to 2010. What happened? We recover quicker from that under the management of the Jamaica Labour Party. Why? Because their policies that they chose, the decision that they make. It is important to choose government that makes solemn, sound decision that grow your path. And it is a path to righteousness. Because everybody wants to do right. Everybody wants to own a nice house. Everybody wants to have a nice car. Everybody wants to have a job.
Yes.
That wasn't being facilitated under the Michael Manley era. We started growth in job now under this government. After PNP been governing from 89 up until 2007.
18 and a half years.
We have always had growth, unemployment in double digits. Neighbor, we need to remember this. We have always had our debt in 140 to up to 150%. Where are we now?
Yeah.
Because of the policy of sound government. You really need to remember, every decision that we make that is made internationally have an effect on us locally.
Yes.
And every foreign policy decision that we make, it comes back to benefit us and make us worse. So when we see American, our government that we voted and entrust to make decision for us, a signed agreement, me not listen to PNP. Because we know that the Jamaica Labour Party have always had the interest of Jamaica at heart. It has proven, it has shown. PNP only want for us to think differently. But there is no way they can come into the thoughts of the well-thinking Jamaican. Because Jamaica is not the place where PNP left it when they left government.
So
Jamaicans' eyes are open.
Yes. So why is the PNP raising this democratic socialism idea since it was such a failure, Matsy? Why would they have calculated that it will get them into power?
Neighbor, there's a large population of Jamaica, even some laborites. Me know. So Michael Manley was a good leader.
What you're saying to me?
So what the PNP is basically doing, they know that in the eyes of a lot of Jamaican, Michael Manley have a repetition with them. But the repetition that Michael Manley really leaves is not what they gravitate to. And that's where the problem lies. So what they are trying to do now, they are trying to manipulate that. Knowing that Michael Manley have a popularity about him amongst Jamaicans, for PNP to come back into power, they are trying to use the last card. Last card they have to Trump in a them deck. Michael Manley card. Them not have no other card but Michael Manley card. And when they trump that card and you go nowhere, it tells you that the PNP fails. Because this
if the socialism fail, PNP dead.
PNP dead.
And
what they are trying to do now, they are trying, because the land issue come up. Notice when the argument derives after the land issue. Remember, them attack and say, Michael Manley give people land. We need to talk it down the like how it go. So what PNP do, because it's good for reading them, because PNP are open book. You know, take no political analysis or political commentator to know what PNP up to. You know, take no expert. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you where them up to.
Tell us.
They realize that the land issue is going to be a big thing going forward because a lot of development coming on board. So people will now be uneased. And 600,000 of them, Remember, if PNP can captivate their mind, then can win election according to them. Think about what I'm saying. Because we have less than 1 million people are going to vote. So they are trying to corner a fraction of that set of people in a them corner. If we say, then care about them because then we make them get free land because this is what Michael Manley did do. Them are trying to because that was the story talk. Free education, free this, free that, everything free. So if I bring back socialism and bring Michael Manley and align his name with that and say, this is what you're going to do, people are going to say, Mark Gold, I'm going to bring back what Michael Manley are going to do. So if me a squat, they're going to get me land. It's a lie.
Oh my God.
It's a wickedness. It is a psychological, mind game that they're playing, neighbor. But more
it's a lie.
It's a lie.
Lie them a tell.
Lie them a tell, but Michael Manley was a success. He was a failure, man.
Oh God.
We don't need to pretty it up. Me not talk as posh as Harry, you know. Because you think me love cuss them out. Me can't cuss people in English.
No, man, you go right ahead.
You understand? But more, you understand this in the standard term. The Jamaica Labour Party stance is different. How do we benefit, as I said, from the Jamaica Party? The Jamaica Labour Party, they resist reckless policy, which is the opposite of social democracy. The policy of Michael Manley was reckless. And the Jamaica Labour Party of today, I remember going to the conference in 2012, because I can tell you something, me love Andrew Wallace, he's not much older than me now. So, me and him live in the same era, we experience the same thing, so me understand where mindset, because I see a mindset me have. And I've listened to him talk when he was at conference, and he said to we say, the Jamaica Labour Party policy, we only not realize, him not believe in the trickle-down theory. He said that in the podium, at the conference when he lost, when he won the what you call it now,
the leadership election.
Because I voted for him
as a delegate.
I was there and some people for God said me a delegate, we give them one good leader because we decided we are carry Andrew to the country.
Yes.
And him with the Jamaica, and I am Jamaica embrace. So I am a part of the creation of goodness in Jamaica because I say goodness in that man when we go vote for him. Neighbor, nobody could buy me.
Okay.
Nobody could buy me. I will know them thing I go. I tell you I go. I decided that Andrew Wholeness would get my vote. And equivocally, I gave him that. We don't come in and depend on people. We don't cut our quam. Me are the only one for my daddy. Anything more I call him accent feet in England. So, me know if live. And listen to me now. The Jamaica Labour Party doesn't believe in them reckless sitting there. You understand? What the Jamaica people believe in, is growth that automatically benefit the people. Because growth never automatically benefit you when the economy are growing up. A policy you have to put in place so that the economy benefit the people now. But the PNP didn't do that in the socialism. In the
where is Mr. Manley? Where is he now?
He's supposed to be somewhere in hell.
No, come now. No, seriously.
No, listen to me. Listen to me now.
No, seriously.
And the Bible may go off, I know. The Bible says, if you lead my war unto those who lead my people astray.
Hold on.
Oh gosh.
Hold on. No.
Michael Manley think that people think that the land where them can go capture people and go live for the free. Australia they lead the people. So what you thinking? What are you asking me where Michael Manley is?
Yes, no.
Well, I can recall that he repented in 1989. So he might be in heaven. He might go to heaven. He repented.
No, but
He
seriously.
changed his ways from the 7th.
I see.
If we remember well, he changed his way.
I see.
According to the presentation chronicled by the Prime Minister. But one thing I need you to know, about democracy create the cash to use to care. Capitalism, not social democracy. You hear?
Yes.
One time we have social democracy experience in Jamaica, what the government of the day used to do. They used to borrow, to pay, borrow, to bill, borrow, to do everything, and if they can't borrow, what they do? Sanction people and put them on freeze. But this government, because of its policy, not experiment, policy, because socialism was an experiment, this government is able to pay a teacher and give them increase. Does them believe the government can pay them more, them ask more? When PNP are government, them accept. Let us remember, them accept the wage freeze for 10 years. So what is the benefit of socialism? Wage freeze, lack of development, no water in your pipe, no road for your community, no school and no hospital, and no modification and no improvement in what we have. That's what it does. And we need to know that it do. Because of the policy of the Jamaica Labour Party. You see, we need to remember saying, no, democracy or capitalism there is certain social aspect of life that it needs. The Prime Minister was able, because he was growing the economy and he ain't run down, trickle down the money to him loyalists, them or him party fan them like me, was able to give people who never earn a pension or never work and contribute to the NIS. From you are 75 and over, you get a social pension. That is because of sound policy. Not because of experiment. Because of the sound policy of this government that it takes. We are able to have people, 120,000 people are now admitted to the vocational training program in art. Which means 120 Jamaica come out with skills soon. Because it's free. Free needs to come because you support one party. Our government a handout or a trickle down. It's because of a policy, and it's a social policy that the government implement to benefit its people. When Michael Manley was knocked off. I remember Andrew wanted to joke about this in Parliament. The man said, let me tell you something. The brain not in a one place, or in a one person. The whole we have good idea. And he said that he's a man of good idea. If you have one good idea, can you come give me, we implement it. Come in a bad mind. And that the man did say in a Parliament. You remember that when he said that?
I remember,
Why do you think he said that? He says that because he knows their policy work. And when you have good idea, you're going to take it from across the board. Because you alone can have the idea. When you work with experiment and you try to work with you don't take charge for nobody. You do what you want. And that is the difference with with this Prime Minister, what he's saying to what they were doing. You understand? Social democracy now implement policy.
Yeah.
You understand?
I understand.
This policy where the government ensure that people are put first, neighbor.
Yes. No.
And that's what Michael Manley that's what this present leader tried to say. If you implement Michael Manley's previous policy, it would put them first. But it's a lie.
Yes.
It is the policy of this government where put people first.
Okay.
Because more people are benefit and the economy are grow. Teacher can get paid. The people, more of them business people are attract and then they run well of the country. And the country is on a good part. Well,
sir, the Prime Minister also spoke at a previous year about the FinSac period. Listen to him.
If you want to know what is the root of our problems today, it is the bad policies of the PNP in the 1990s.
if we're going to have a history lesson, we must just do it honestly.
I tell you, make we do it.
FinSAC was a homegrown domestic crisis wholly caused by the PNP, for which we are now only just recovering. Our debt to GDP prior to the advent of the FinSAC crisis was 72%. The government at the time established FinSAC to bail out the collapsed financial institutions. This bailout cost the country 42% of GDP. In other words, 42% of what we produce in any 1 year, we have to take it to pay for FinSAC. By way of comparison, the US government's bailout intervention during the global financial crisis of 2008-2009 was only 9% of their GDP. So you see the mood of the scale of FinSAC relative to the size of our economy. Within 6 years after the establishment of FinSAC, our debt spiraled out of control from 72% of GDP to 130% of GDP, almost doubling. That caused interest costs alone on the debt to consume almost 70% of tax revenues. So just the cost to pay for the debt, the interest at one point cost us 70% of all the tax revenues that we collect. If you add public sector wages to that, and other things that you have to pay for out of tax revenue, then you basically would have no money left. You would have no money left to fix roads, no money left to build schools, no money left to repair clinics, no money left to pay for water. So if you ever wondered, if you ever wondered why we have so much infrastructure that has been left unmaintained and now falling apart, if you ever wondered why things are the way they are, if you ever wondered, Madam Speaker, it's an important point that needs to be made, because the average man listening might, in the background of the shrill of noise that we hear, this might go way back in their memory. And they see a pothole emerge in a road, and they wonder, why doesn't the government fix that pothole now? But they will never stop and reflect on a very important point, Madam Speaker, that when this road was built 30 or 40 years ago, what should have happened is that there should have been a reserve maintenance programmed into the budget, matched with what they call the engineered life of the road, that as a little crack emerges, out of the revenues that you have, you go and you use some tar chemical and you seal that crack, so no pothole appears. But that road that you are looking at now, that the potholes are all emerging, they weren't maintained. And the reason why they couldn't be maintained is because we had to take almost 70% of our tax revenues to pay for the bad policy choices of the PNP during the 1990s and FinSAC.
Well, there you have it. 2 periods, poor decisions, same PNP. What are they coming with now? They said, let us go back. Let us go back. Yeah. Good. Hold on. Herbert?
2 period.
Yes?
We have suffered. Okay.
Herbert, let's Herbert go.
Gentleman go.
No, you go ahead, sir.
Let the gentleman go.
You go ahead, man. You go ahead.
All right. Yeah. I think they're bankrupting ideas, and they have to draw back on something that, for me, wouldn't be relevant for this period.
That is democratic socialism. You're talking about democratic socialism.
Yeah.
You were in Jamaica in this. Hold on. You were in Jamaica in the 70s, sir.
I wish I have the opportunity of traveling. All my life I've been here.
You were in Jamaica in the 70s? Hold on. Listen. Were you in Jamaica?
Yeah.
I
was in Jamaica.
How old were you?
Coming into teen
and
in my teens.
Tell us a little bit about what that period was about. What was Jamaica like during that time?
It was very interesting and frightening at the time, based on the policy and what people were thinking at the time. Those who want things free and those who want to work and have things for themselves. You know, you have your place and you hear that, okay, you're gonna get this. And you know, the government gonna provide this for you, you know, and you're supposed to get this. And I see a situation where if they had win that here, you know, I think, you know, we would have today would be worse off than 80, honestly. And in terms of policy and those who are governing the country, the leader may have a bright idea, but those who are around him, their thinking was, I would say, different. They were thinking of the harsh reality, thinking of for themselves alone. And neighbor, the problem is, why would someone want to? Yes, you have history. Right here, we can look back on history and say, okay, we were here, and it was good. You know, but we move away from that, and we are here. Look where we are coming from. We are powerful now. We are healthy now. We are in a better position now. Why would you want to go back and draw on something that the country didn't benefit from? Where you lost a lot of people lost property, life, and the policy also wasn't good for the country. So, you know, for them to really, for the leader of the opposition to really say that, you know, I think they run out of ideas and just want to captivate on something that someone has said before. Why did he say, Marcus Garvey said, you know, why he had to draw on something like that? You know, why? You know, it don't make sense. It's like they're, as I said, out of idea. And then they want to draw, you know, neighbor, you're a powerful man. Nelson Mandela was a powerful man. He has great idea. And then try to get the people wild up. So they are seeking for support, seeking for a common ground they can have a foothold. But that not gonna work in the present time, present age, how things is going now. It's a different generation they are dealing with more understand, more dedicated and easy and will able to question. You're bringing this idea. Did it work then? Why would it work now? You know. You understand?
Yeah.
Pardon me to come in Herbert, because I want to get a very graphic idea as to what it was like in your pre-teens and teens and the day-to-day livelihood, right? What did the household look like regarding how these policies affect the family? Because I want the average man to get a very good idea as to what it is like.
You know, my friend, it wasn't an easy situation. And I can't say something that is not true. It's, as a youngster, you know that your parents, it will be very hard for me because your parents providing things. But one thing I can remember, in those days I had to chop a mile when to buy miles away from where I'm living to get food stuff, charges of food. And then, you know, you have the double PJ and all these parties coming up and carrying their own idea. And, you know, I was, you know, at a tender age and could be able to identify things that they were saying that wasn't. Although I was very young, not in my teenage, I can understand. And really, the policy that the Labour government that bring freedom. You know, you bring that level of responsibility. It bring that sense of purpose. You work for what you want.
A level of empowerment.
Yeah. And that for me, you know, can help me. Also help me to make the right decision. And if it was the JLP in power and they come with something that don't make sense, I'm not going to vote, you know. But they always have the better policy, the better financial resources, have it under control better. You know, they don't wastefully. When they talk, you can able to understand, look here, we need to do this, but the money is not there. And they explain details by details how they're going to do it. And man, just, you know, in the other party just come up and said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to build 10 schools. They're not going to tell how they're going to build the 10 schools. What are the 10 schools going to be like? Or who's going to be in that program that when the school is open, you know. Those things like that, you have they come with great ideas, but they cannot state categorically each, point by point, what they're going to do.
Hold on for me, Hubert. Matsik, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I want to add to what neighbor is saying. Where I'm from is a farming community, and people in that community that comes through that era, there was a lot of successful people neighbor that's are local, and I explain to you what I mean. There are a lot of people who does farming. They were very successful. My dad is not from St. Mary. He's from St. Catherine, and my mom is from St. Mary. And he says to me that when he was visiting my mom, my granddad, he was a big farmer in my community. He was one of the prosperous person. And there was many others like him neighbor in that time. And I remember I was born 1979. And growing up in the 80s, I used to do like as a little boy in the community, these well-off personal people who are more prosperous. They used to have a lot of farm. We used to go on them farm and we do one little work, get one little money. Just think about what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And this was just the fabric of the 60s. Because by the 70s, these people doesn't have the big farm that they use. When I was growing up, the farm becomes smaller because those who were before me tell me, said, this man used to have how much this, how much that, but them not have that again.
Yes.
So why did they suffer those shock and have those loss? Because of the policy of the Mike and Manley in the 70s. So by the time the 80s come, when we start to recognize myself and I understand certain things now, by 89, when I remember when 89, when Sierra called that election, I remember very vividly, very clearly. My mother was jumping on the back of truck and bus stop people used to travel upon them time the neighbor. When they go on campaign, truck. They never have bus like what they have now.
True, truck.
No, I remember my mom, because my grandmother was a delegate. Me going to take over from she as a member of the family. That's all, because my family is a traditional labor right family. So me take over from she as the grandmother who used to be a delegate, and that's the younger one coming through the rank. Me are the person who then say fit take up that mantle because I'm very active like that. And people know that I'm very outspoken. So what happened now, neighbor? what we benefit, there was even from the policy of the labor right, we were still having little signs of that in the 80s, and it resurrected a little bit when Sierra came about.
Yes.
When America now start support us again, because remember 200 million was inserted in Jamaica economy, and the street of Alpha Tree start busy again. We start have alright when now with a prison used to be a Brazil factory. We need to remember that PNP turned that in a prison. And it used to manufacture the shirt what we call Yens and Fruit of the Looms. At them place they used to make it and then send them to America go labor late. My daddy used to work there, they call it free zone.
Primo.
You understand, neighbor? So to show you how PNP demise continue, when PJ came to power, he even take on a mantle or a bit of the social and start carry it on. That's why we start in the 90s, because remember when Sierra came back to power, in the 60s we were doing well. Our dollar was more than American dollar. And then in the 70s we start collapse. Who are running? PNP. In the 80s we start emerge again. Who are running? Sierra. In the 90s we start go back down in the hill. Who do it again? PNP straight up to 2007. Until when our former Prime Minister Bruce Gordon came to power, and what he saw on the book, we were servicing a debt more than what we are paying for school, with police force, and with public sector. So how we have a sustain, and we can't pay with police them no more. Remember, Bruce Gordon came to power and increased the public sector wages to 80% of the average. That is required according to Staten, because them get way below 60%. If they want one little car, a Mac these I give them 15%. They couldn't go buy it, and now they can't buy a car again. So social democracy have had an everlasting impact on Jamaica, because every leader of the PNP take something from it and try to put it in Jamaica. So Jamaica is the way it is now. Make we left Andrew Wallace to change them 30 plight and move Jamaica forward. He is the man with the vision. He is the man that with the understanding. The way he elaborate and expound and emphasize on this recording that you played now when he gave his presentation in the parliament this year is impeccable.
Yes.
It is something for everybody to listen to, sir.
Yes.
It is something, it is a learning process for every common Jamaican man. Because the man broke it up in a local term.
I agree.
Them understand. But guess what? Them are PNP. Them now go listen to the PM. So them now go learn.
Oh.
Because PNP now teach them nothing. PNP come like a teacher, they were on wages and now do nothing in a classroom.
Oh.
Just 1 second. I want to come, as you said something here. Say a button and cut in your conversation. You, my significant half, they always, parents always voted for the next party. And I said to her one day, she said to me one election, why? I said, why you don't vote for this party, JLP? Her parents always vote for, the People's National Party. I said, that is good, but I said, look here, think for yourself, not because. Look at the policy that each party bring. Don't because your parents voted for them, they just vote one way all of their life. They say, look at the road in the community. How long the road stay like that? Well, whole electricity, how long do you get electricity? And I try to say, think logically. Think logically. Who do the most work? Who stabilize the economy? When things may hard at times, but who control the dollar better? She evaluate and she questions certain little things. I said, I'm not forcing you now, but think logically. Not because your parents voted one, they just voted because they may love the party. Yes, love the party, yes, but what the party is doing for you. And, and it's a community that, no matter how neighbor, they just vote one way. No, business. They no business. And I have to say, no man, you have to look deeper in that. Think about your future. Would you want the community to stay like this for the rest of your life? When election time, at that time, the MP are coming and sweep them up and them way that everybody feel. You have to think differently. And that allow her to broaden her thinking and evaluate the board party. She realized that, this party that is in power now is the best choice.
Well, let's take some other calls. Boy and Brooks, good evening to you. Hello, Mr. Brooks. Good evening, Brooks. Hi. No, Mr. Brooks not there. Okay, let's go into another caller. Braga Daga coming up. Hi. Braga Daga. No. Okay, he's not there either. Okay, Audria Scarlett, you're on. Scarlett? No. Scarlett is not there. Miss K. Scott? Scott? Wow. Fascinating stuff. Good evening to you.
I think them just listening to
Eloquent, good evening to you.
Good night, neighbor. How are you doing?
I'm all right, sir. It's not night yet. It's actually evening.
It's night wherever.
Okay.
Night wherever.
All right. Where are you calling from?
So I'm just listening to the program on Canada.
Oh, yes, you're in Canada. Well, good night to you, sir. Lovely.
Yes. So I just listened to the program and I listened to the Prime Minister's speech when he presented it in Parliament.
Yes.
And it was a good history lesson for me.
Fantastic, yeah.
I wasn't aware of it. So it kind of connected some dots to some of my experiences.
Yes, sir.
And I could correlate it. I served in the public sector for 12 years.
You served in the public sector for 12 years.
Yes, I was a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
12
years.
12 years. Well, tell us about it.
And I remember the raise that we got in 2009 under Bruce Golding.
No. Tell us the raise you got before, though. Give us a little bit of how were things then? Under the PNP? What were your salary increases like?
So when I joined in 2008, I was making take home was probably about $60,000 at the time. Yeah, about 50 something. When Bruce Gordon won, and the negotiation went through, we got the increase in 2009. It was a significant increase for me because I just got married and my wife and I, we had our first child at that time.
Lovely.
That increase I was able to cover my expenses. I remember, neighbor.
Yes.
Because at that time, how proud the police officers were. I remember going out that morning and we put on our uniform, and I can tell a neighbor, some officers who would say left or right, I couldn't even look in the direction, neighbor.
Oh, God.
How proud they felt at that time.
Oh, my God, sir.
So sometimes when people don't I understand from a perspective where I lived it. And Shamsu says opportunities are multiplied when seized.
Oh.
We have an
hold on. Opportunities are multiplied when seized. Classic. Wow.
We have an opportunity now as a country to lay a foundation. Somebody benefit benefits of this foundation, we will not receive it, neighbor. You and I will not receive it.
That's true.
Our children may not receive it. Right. We may not receive it, but our children will. Andrew Wallace has a vision, and the vision won't be able to complete in his lifetime. But he's ensuring that the foundation is laid, that the next person that takes on the baton can build upon that foundation. A lot of Jamaicans live in the era now. They live in a vacuum, neighbor. They only see what benefits them now. So if they don't receive a benefit from an implementation of an idea, then they don't want it. But some ideas and some policies that is being implemented by the government, you will not receive any benefit from it, but you can see. Did you stay?
Did you stay to
yes,
benefit?
I left.
Benefit from the public sector adjustment? Did you?
I wish I was still in at that time, neighbor.
Oh my.
I know why, neighbor, because I look at my former colleagues now and I see the promotions that they are getting. Neighbor, let me tell you something. The JSF is a very political place, you know.
It is political, sir?
Yes. Very political. And when I saw the hierarchy of the JSF was top heavy of the People's National Party.
What the Rockstone? What you saying to me, sir?
You will not get promotion if you're a part of the Jamaica Labour Party.
A lie you are tell.
I can tell you that. Yeah, man, if
you are hold on, sir. You are saying to me that, brother, that the JCF at that time was politicized?
Of course, neighbor.
What?
If you go back and look on some of those, if you go back and look on some of those negotiations.
A lie you are tell, sir.
And what was accepted. And then look on those persons who were in the negotiation, head of the associations. Right after the negotiation, they received promotions and went on boards. Go back and look at it, neighbor. I'm not lying. Go and look back at those persons who led those negotiations. Or soon after, they were promoted. And then they were placed on boards at NHT and all of those places.
The police, sir.
Neighbor, go back and look at it.
Cannot be correct.
So everything should be spoken up. People say you're lying. Neighbor, people look at
you're making me drop off my chair, sir. You're making me drop off my chair.
I can tell you this. I have a family member who is not my family member, but he's married to somebody. And they said to me, but your people in our party, Labour Party, we're not begging to make you get promoted. I'm saying, why should I? My work and work should be able to get me where I need to go. And I know that was put up.
Meritocracy was not a part of the JCF under the PNP, sir.
Neighbor, when I joined, they had a saying, 3 F's. Friend, family, and the next one. I don't want to speak of.
No. Friend, family, and what?
Faggots. The 3 F's.
What? Faggot.
Friend, family, the 3 F's. I'm not lying.
What you say to me? This is very interesting.
Yes, who you knew. A lot of people say I was a fool not to leverage a person that I knew. Because, neighbor, I was in the room. I've been in the room with the Prime Minister on many occasions.
Prime Minister Holness?
Yes, neighbor. I've been in rooms with him on numerous occasions. But I said that shouldn't be neighbor, because I knew that I was performing at my job. I was good at it. I loved it. I loved sir. I gave blood, sweat, and tears in the JCF.
Well, thank you, sir. I am shocked. I am shocked.
For my country.
I am shocked with what I'm hearing here.
Yeah. Neighbor.
You shocked me, sir.
The merger of the JCF in 2014 was I don't know how to say it. It wasn't a bad idea by Bunting, but how it was done, why it was done, was bad for the JCF. Neighbor, if you go back and look at the attrition rate between 2014 to 2016, the amount of men and women that left the JCF because of the merger. That's why what the benefits that we are reaping now, we should have started reaping that from 2010, in the neighbor. From 2010. We should have started reaping those benefits from 2010.
Oh, God, this is painful, you know.
But when the JP lost the election and the PNP came in, they destabilized the Island Special Constabulary Force to the point they had to merge with the JCF. That caused our attrition rate. At one point, neighbor, they have to implement a policy that you have to give 6 months notice if you want to resign from the JCF. You have to give 6 months notice if you want to resign. They couldn't resign because of the attrition rate.
Not to mention what that did to crime, sir, and the resources available.
Yeah. Neighbor, I had to buy my own uniforms when I served.
You buy your own uniform? Why?
There's a place on Slipen Road. Neighbor, I want to look good and smell clean when I go to work.
So what happened to the government uniform?
On Slipen Road.
What happened to the government uniform?
Neighbor, you get one suit of uniform. Neighbor, I was in operations. I got one suit of uniform. When you read that one day, you sweat. You have a place on Slipen Road, I used to go by. They have a next place off Orange Street there. I used to go and buy it. I think it's Carby's them name.
You buy your own uniform. Hold on. You buy your own uniform, sir?
$6,500 for a suit of uniform. 2015, 16, them time there, neighbor. And I lie me, I tell neighbor, neighbor, when the merger happened between the neighbor, you go up at Armand Barracks, you give a uniform and give a helmet to them. You hold them and want to give them friend in the neighbor.
Sir. Sir.
Neighbor. Sir, neighbor, some things we will go through, we will serve, and some people will say a lie, we are telling you. What can I lie? Neighbor, I go through some things when I'm serving it. Because the people look down on you, you know. You sit down on a gully bank for 8 hours, you know, without relief, you know, neighbor. Mosquito and stench and kill you on a gully bank, you know. Because you have to be in a buffer between gangs in a neighbor.
Sir, you're going to make me, I can't take any more of this, man. Hold on.
Neighbor, some people don't understand what the changes that are happening now, you know. Neighbor, I wish I was serving now because I'm like, I want to see my former colleagues in the
God, sir.
With them Jamaican flag on them uniform and them neighbor.
Oh, God.
People don't understand what we're saying. Oh, it was back then, you know. Neighbor, when we go into the States, you know, we buy my shoes, we buy certain accoutrements to look good when we go out on the road. You have to do that. Neighbor, I'm glad what I'm seeing now with this administration. A lot of people live in the now, But the history lesson is for us all to learn from.
Are you in touch? Are you in touch, sir?
We are now.
Yeah. Are you in touch with members of your colleagues? And what is the salary like there now?
I would have to go back. I know it ranges because I have colleagues who are still constables, I have colleagues who are now corporals, we have colleagues who are sergeants now, I have colleagues who are inspectors, I have colleagues who are in the officer corps now. So it ranges, but it is far improved. It's far improved. And I can tell you, when I served, I had little side hustles that I did. I could make my way because I realized that I could solely depend on my police salary to see my way. So I had to make ends meet. You have to be creative.
Uh-huh.
But constable ranges from depending on your level I think entry level is about $200,000 depending, and it ranges between the levels you are, how many years of service that you have. You get increments, but it's different. I would have to go back and ask and then send you get a true figure.
I'd love you to do that.
Where they are now. But it is far better, I can tell you. And if you are smart, and yeah, but I can tell you this.
Yes.
When he came in with the 1.5.
Yes, I remember that.
I remember that in a neighbor.
Yes.
Because I got back about $7,000 and $7,000.
More you were getting per month.
And I put that. Yes. So when they did the 1.5 and the tax bracket moved, I got back $7,000 on my salary, and I put that in my child's account at the time. I remember it vividly.
Oh.
And I was telling her, hey, this is a good move because I was able to save that money for my daughter.
$7,000 a month, sir.
Yes, $7,000 a month. I got back $7,000 a month.
You know, it's not often I'm lost for words, sir, but I'm shocked to hear you speak. I really am.
Neighbor, let me remind you of one thing. One of the best way to remember how the times were, we can look back at the music. And I remember an artist named Baby Sham did that song in Babylon Boy. I know you want to touch me Versace because it's dearer than your peer. So I find that one. That was what they sang about then. Babylon Boy. I know you want to touch me Versace because it's dearer than your peer.
The officer said he had to buy his own uniform.
Yes, and that song was used as an insult to the Jamaican constabulary force at the time. Yeah. When they go to the road, that's all them I hear people that tell them, I know you have look for me because everything I have dearer than your peer. Right? So, neighbor, I can tell you that Eloquent here has not told a single lie.
I don't expect he would.
I'm sure that there are matters he could go deeper with it, but I'm sure he won't.
Let me ask you, Eloquent?
Yes.
A society that is not that doesn't operate on meritocracies is corrupt, sir. And you are telling me that there was a time when if you weren't a PNP, you're not going to win at the force?
I remember the day when I went.
Now, how them know where you be? How them would have know?
Neighbor, you were grilled before, neighbor, and you have to align yourself, neighbor. Neighbor, I'm going to give you a story. I went to Armand Barracks. I did the day to do my exam. I saw a former high school classmate. And he said to me, if you pass, let me know. Because you see the big lock coming out from my waist, you can't get one of this. You can't get a vehicle to drive, go home. And I said, what? He must say, yeah, man, you can't go on that squad, yeah, man. So really? He must say, you're in the street, but you know the run it. Just leave me when you pass. Did the exam today, I passed. Another friend said, I said to another friend, you know, so that man, such man linked me and with him, I said, you're mad? You know, align yourself with that man. If you ever align yourself with that man, you got brand yourself as an F. And I said, what? He would say, yes. And when I didn't say anything when I graduated, I found out that it was true. He have certain clique within the constable force that if in a mind sharp neighbor, you go down and rob with the world that there's no return. People openly spoke of elections and who they vote for, why they're voting for it. People ask who you align with. You were asked, and then people would promote you based on who you align with, who you carry news span, who can send you out, who for pick you can go pick up.
And neighbor, let me add that there was a certain Dan from East Kingston who ran, and neighbor, I am 100% serious about this. There was a Dan in East Kingston who decided who get promotion in the JCF. A Dan in East Kingston who decided who got promoted. If they don't like you, a Dan where police come and work, sign in and go report to that Dan. Neighbor. Dan in East Kingston. I won't call him name.
And neighbor, you need to remember that our late Ernest Simmet in sentence when he was member of parliament passed a motion in parliament that gun license should come out of public's out of superintendent and so FLA start giving the authority. Remember superintendent used to have to authorize if they get police gun license. Ernest Simmet concern at the time that he raised was that too much F-man get gun. Remember, the boldly stated in the parliament, so eloquent, you spoke with eloquence, my friend. Keep speaking. Not only that, he was a police officer when you apply for your gun back then. You have to run money to get your own license gun too. So neighbor, we need to put the dot together and see that this man not tell a lie. Ernest Simmet, he's died now. His daughter used to run sentence with Shiny Robinson, and she resigned, and now it's now the water minister. Some would have running it. Not his sentence. Remember, Ernest Simmet used to run Brownstone era. He used to be member of parliament in that era at one point, not with sentence.
Yeah, no, Ernie. Ernie was a lawyer.
He was my lawyer. He was my friend. My real friend like that. Me have to go in funeral, go and sing to neighbor for sure you're my friend. Because me asked to go on him program knowing that I'm a good friend. Ernie was a good friend. Me got yard everything. Fight me case in a court where me all sue the government and he win for me. Neighbor. Yeah, because me not put them when they breach my constitutional right, you know. That's why I'm not afraid of them. Because me know what to do. So when I say it's right, I remember Ernest Simmet brought the motion in parliament under Bruce Golding administration. It was since Bruce Golding came to power that police superintendent no longer authorized the final piece of puzzle before you go to the FLA. It was removed. Remember, go ahead, eloquent. Yeah, neighbor. I am pleased with this commissioner. Previous commissioners, I don't know what to say. I think Arden Lewin did one great thing for the JCF when he was there as a commissioner, in which he implemented a policy when we did outside duties that were paid properly. That was a good initiative that I benefited from. But this commissioner, Anderson, started the reconstruction because I served under him as well. And he started to do some stuff that a lot of JSF members, they didn't want to acknowledge it because he was an army man. And they didn't support him fully. He wasn't supported fully. So I'm glad that he's getting the support now. Yeah.
Well, brother.
Neighbor, I have to run. I'm going to connect back in a few minutes. I'm going to run. I have an emergency call.
No, man.
I'm going to connect back in a few minutes.
You take good care of yourself, okay? Okay. Well, I don't know that we're going to be here for the whole night, but we'll see what happens. Mr. Chuck.
Just neighbor.
Thank you for joining us, Chuck. I jumped on this Saturday because I saw the Gleaner saying that PNP bet on democratic socialism. Chuck, the election campaign has started, and the PNP is reintroducing Manley's 1970 philosophy. Golden is vowing to build on. Gave you goosebumps, Chuck?
Yes,
Chuck,
neighbor.
what is this about? What is this about at this time? What is this about?
All right. Let me tell you, neighbor. It is about what the base of the PNP like to hear. Democratic socialism is about preaching giveaways, handout. State will help you. You don't have to do anything. The state will help you. And that is what the base of the PNP like to hear. But let's look at who is preaching democratic socialism. Two investment bankers. Wealthy men. 2 billionaires who build their billions at the back of the Jamaican people is now telling us about democratic socialism. Neighbor, Jamaica, listen, we have lived through the 70s. We have already flirted with democratic socialism and it destroyed this country. Mark Golding would have known that. Peter Bunting would have known that. All of these people that are now going to be championing would have known that.
Is it a distraction, Chuck? The PNP in recent times have not found favor with some of the comments they have made. The ball game of politics. Golding himself seemed to be facing a leadership challenge. Is the PNP trying to fly a kite out there to see if something will stick? Is this a serious discussion?
That is the thing about the PNP, neighbor. It's not about what being serious from them. It's about whatever is the base is gravitating towards, whatever they think they can use to score some points. So if they believe, if they look and realize that people is gravitating towards this, then it's gonna take up their policies. So that's what they do. They throw things out there to see if it sticks. Mark Golding now is in a situation where he is fighting for his political life. Right? So he now needs to try to raise back the popularity of the People's National Party. When did you think the PNP was most popular? In the 70s under Michael Manley. What was Michael Manley preaching then? Democratic socialism. Simple.
But have the society moved on? Do you think that this will resonate today? Is it likely to become attractive?
Well, there is a danger to it, neighbor. The older folks who lived through the 70s will know to reject it. Now we have young people who would not have lived through the 70s. And to them now, when they hear the perks now, when they hear the giveaways, it's going to sound very attractive. Until, and I hope they have to ask this question early, who is going to pay for all of this? Where is the capital going to come from to fund the socialism part?
But when you look at Cooper's Pen, Chuck, there is a large section of Jamaica that still feels that somehow government is paternally responsible for them, and there is a selling of an idea in Jamaica that somehow you don't need to produce anything because government will take care of you. You don't think that there has to be some pushback against this idea? No, because I fear that it can confuse people,
Well, I believe that the pushback is what Nigel Clark was teaching us before he leaves. The pushback is what Andrew Holness mentioned in every budget presentation since 2016. That when a government comes and asks for your certain things, you have to add, how are we going to pay for it? Because somebody has to pay. And I believe that in the last 5 years more or so, Jamaicans has been asking that question. Well, how are you going to pay for it? Are you going to tax me more? And that is the saving grace, because people are now learning to ask that question of government. How do you plan to fund this? Right? So I don't think we're going to be as gullible as we was in the 70s just to run into it, but it still poses a danger. And if we continue down that route, then we can push back against it, neighbor, because we know the danger, the government know the danger, and they have to start pushing back. We're not start, because I believe they started already. Continue to push back against this idea.
Coming out of the 90s, Chuck, there was you had to look very, very, very far to see a distinctive difference between the Jamaica Labour Party and the PNP. I remember under Peter Phillips, the IMF basically set the agenda, and the PNP really resembled a party that was of the market, capitalists. But the ideological difference that is now clearly before us sets the party immeasurably apart. Do you think it's a good thing for Jamaica that there are two different philosophical ideas now to debate?
Well, unbeknownst to him, Mark Golding may have given us the greatest gift of them all. Unbeknownst to him, he get, thank you, a great separation between the two. That no people can know say both parties are the same. No, we have never been the same, and we will never be the same. Okay. And Mark Golding has given us the greatest separation we could ask for when he said he's going to pursue democratic socialism. Okay, we can draw on our history when we flirted with it. We can draw on our history that when Michael Manley came to power, we had the strongest economy this side of the world, growing as high as 18.5% in a single year, neighbor. And within 2 years, under democratic socialism, that gain was reversed to negative 5% within 2 years.
Yes.
So we have evidence. We have the history that we can call back on. So in some states, I would say thank you, Mark Golding. You did it again. You are the best representative on our team.
Yeah. Based on where we are as a society, though, Chuck, the fact of the matter is that right now, the world is experiencing an economic downturn in many areas with the oil prices, the wars, and things like that. And there is a little bit of pressure on, people of low economic status, and even those in the middle class. Do you think that Golding is capitalizing on an opening that he sees with the pain points of people now to say, hey, government should step in and do more?
But that's what the PNP has always done, The PNP has always been good at pulling at the pain points, pulling at the heartstring of the people, going in and promising what they know they can't deliver, right? Promising land for everybody. I'm sure the next campaign, Mark Golding is going to promise to give everybody land.
Yeah.
Because that is the topical and that is the heartstring issue, right?
But Chuck, 3.5 did not work, people rejected that.
People reject. Thank you, because Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness teach people to ask, how do you plan to pay for it?
Thank you.
That is the question that they could not answer.
Yeah, and I'm sure that George Davis and Cliff Hughes and people like yourself and Chops Media and all the other bloggers will begin to ask how you pay for it, because those questions Jamaican people will ask.
Yes, how do you pay for it? Because if you are running a socialist, if you want to run a socialist state, that the state is responsible for everything. Now, how did Michael Manley do it in the 70s? He nationalized everything. He took back everything from the investors. He chased out the investors. When the local businesses complain, he tell them 5 flights a day, leave. Who doesn't agree with what I'm doing, leave. That's how he did it back then. And it started the brain drain, the capital flight out of Jamaica. It made us poorer. It made this country I believe one of Michael Manley's greatest achievement was the IBU, the International Bauxite Union that he formed, where we moved from collecting 30 million for bauxite to over 250 million. But at the end, there was nothing to show for it because that money had to be given away because that's what he promised. Give away.
Yeah.
How do you pay for these things? How are you going to generate the capital if you plan to chase out the investors?
Yeah. One thing is sure, Chuck, is that the Prime Minister, I think, understands the global economy. He understands the vision and where Jamaica needs to be and where Jamaica needs to go. And I think that over time, Jamaicans will realize that Mark Golding is really seeking some relevance here. And I don't think this is going to go anywhere at all. Not today.
But as I said, neighbor, it may not go anywhere, but we also have to ensure that it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
A good friend of mine, you have Dolan Francis. Dolan Francis told me something years ago that I will never forget. Dolan said a pebble rolling down a hill, left unchecked, could turn into a boulder.
It picks up things along the way.
So a pebble rolling down a hill, if you leave that little pebble unchecked, time enough it will turn into a boulder big enough to destroy an entire city.
That is so true. Well, I noticed that you are now on Nationwide. Congratulations.
I've been on Nationwide for many years, and I was probably the first guy up to Nationwide.
Yes, well, congratulations.
I have been, like I said, I've been in this fight for quite a while.
Yes.
Before social media, I was on the radio.
Okay.
And now we take it to social media, so we have always been here in the fight, neighbor.
Okay, well, congratulations.
I want to add something to what Chuck says.
I
just want to add something to what Chuck says because I'm listening to him and I like the way he comes across. It's just another angle for people to learn something.
Yeah, he's very good.
And when you look back at it, and we see why Mark Golding is coming out with this socialism democracy. I wanted to remember that P.J. Patterson played the same card, but he didn't come out with it the way Mark is doing it now. What he did, he implemented this socialism program. That's why we were not able to maintain what we had or to create anything new. And we were finsacked. It was similarity in our neighbor. So when we look at the type of politics that the PNP is trying to play with Jamaican people, it's a dangerous one for the people who pregnant now, are going to expect, who have them pitney, and I expect to leave university, or who are got primary, or who are got secondary. Them are looking for them people come something in a life. Under the regime when Mark Golding introduced, you will not become anything. That's why what you did have to do.
Yeah.
I'm a living while I'm living to the Father. I will pray. Only He know how we get through every day. It was hard time.
Yes.
That we were on. The atmosphere, the time was difficult to get a breakthrough.
Yes.
Teacher couldn't move here where eloquence said $50,000 in a then time there. Remember, there was that time when police can't get place for rent just like how they now rent the scammer now. Remember? Because then the police now pay rent nearby. I remember that. Police now pay rent. And through them, a police then just get up and cut. And you know, hear nothing about it. People never did a report them. For real, some people got caught. Yeah, but that was the situation in those times, neighbor. It was serious. And Chuck, you know, no lie.
Yeah. Let me take you a bit. Hold on, Chuck.
Satisfying thing I've seen recent time, neighbor.
Tell me.
I don't know if you saw this video. Neighbor, one of the most satisfying things I've seen in recent time. In Andrew Holness's Jamaica, I saw a video of a 21-year-old young lady celebrating receiving her mortgage from the NHT.
Oh, wonderful.
21 years old.
Oh, wonderful.
Celebrating receiving her mortgage from the NHT. And at 21, she's now a homeowner. Yeah.
Wonderful.
That is the Jamaica we have today.
Well, that's great. Let me jump you down to Cooper's Pen. I don't think I have spoken to you on that big subject. Chuck, Cooper's Pen in my view, presents a broad analysis, a broad diagnosis of Jamaican politics and the deception in it. You would have looked at Cooper's Pen, Chuck, and the first thing that came to your mind was, oh my God, these people, I feel sorry for them. But the more the story came out, it looked as if those people suffered because they were misled by the People's National Party. Yet the PNP was giving the impression, and still is giving the impression, that somehow the government could have prevented this matter. When you listen to it, like Mr. Jackson is virtually suggesting that the minister should have instructed the police, well, allegedly so.
Harry, mute your mic, Harry.
To intervene. Chuck, what are the lessons coming out of Cooper's Pen for Jamaica, as far as you are concerned? What are the lessons coming out of Cooper's Pen?
The lessons coming out, the most, as you said, let me agree with you first, neighbor, that the image that we woke up to last week, Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
No Jamaican, like none of us celebrated, all of us feel.
We were very concerned.
Very concerned. But when you drill down to it, neighbor, you saw the result of what I call political manipulation. That is, Cooper's Pen is the result of political manipulation, where politicians, for their own gain, for votes, manipulated people, lied to them, neighbor, tell people lie that we can get this for you, and yes,
and try to pervert the course of justice, which is even more serious.
The course of justice. Yesterday, neighbor, I had a platform where I read out to people that in Jamaica we have separate but three equal branches of government. Separate but equal. When the judiciary makes a decision, it holds no explanation to the executive. None. When the judge passed an order for the man to recover his property, he did not need to call the prime minister. He did
argument done, and it should have not. They should not have interfered with it.
No one can interfere with it. Now, Dr. Chang went down there and said to the people, we have to abide by the court, else we can go to jail. And Dr. Chang said, we now go in contempt and go to jail. All of a sudden, Dr. Chang, we can say, now go to jail for nobody.
But the minister is correct.
The minister is correct, neighbor. But neighbor, even now, when the people's backs are behind the wall in Cooper's Pen, where we need to figure out a way out for them, these people are still lying to them. These people are brazen enough in the time of social media, in the time of real-time fact-checking, are still lying to the people.
Oh.
Neighbor, you don't get any more blatant than that, neighbor. No, neighbor, when the people needs a way out, yes, they need a way out. And I believe we have a caring government that is going to find a way out for them.
That's the humanitarian part which the government have to respond to. Have nothing to do with the eviction.
Has to respond
but it has nothing to do with the eviction. The eviction have to happen.
It has nothing to do with the eviction. They cannot stop it.
Thank you.
The court says you have to leave.
Yeah.
They can't stop it, but the humanitarian part of it, the government has to step in.
Yes.
But I'm saying, neighbor, would have people that are still lying.
Yeah. No, the PNP.
The cousins.
Yeah, yes. Go ahead.
Cousins, neighbor, who is a liar, would have known that from the minute you go to court and the judge rule against you, whatever caveat you have against the land is gone. Because the court, the judiciary ruled against something that the executive did. It is gone, neighbor.
Argument done.
And he now is brave enough to get up and say the government should have to tell him about the caveat. The man is a liar, neighbor. Not only is he not a liar, it costs $500 Jamaican dollars. $500 Jamaican dollars, neighbor, to go to the title's office and search if there's an active caveat against a property, neighbor. It is virtually free. And between Mark Golden, Dennis Meadows, and Luther Cousins, 3 billionaires couldn't come up with $500 to go make a search before making a public utterance like that, neighbor. It is sad.
Yeah, Angel reacting. Thank you. I see you. Angel reacting. The PNP would have doubled down with Donna Duncan Sutherland suggesting that 600,000 Jamaicans get 1/8 of an acre of land. Chuck, when you listen to Duncan Sutherland and then you listen to Golding coming out of the Gleaner, what on God's earth is the PNP suggesting here, Chuck? Boy, we really have some things to talk about. When are we going to start the town hall meetings to talk to Jamaicans about all of this?
Well, I think we've already started the meeting in terms of the era council gathering that is now. In fact, there's another one planned for this Sunday. So we are actually taking.
Where you'll be this Sunday?
And this Sunday, it's era council 1, I think. No, sorry, era council 3. Era council 3, which is Montego Bayside.
Aye.
Right. So era council 3 will be having their meeting this Sunday, neighbor. So they have already started taking the issue under the heading Truth Matters. They're taking the heading Truth Matters right across the country and telling everybody. So we have to take the message to smaller. So we probably have to go again, neighbor, and break down the area council meeting to some smaller meetings. Small enough that these meetings can be held in the back of a taxi, in a bar.
Chuck, it's amazing. It's amazing how liberating education can become, and that is what I think the PNP is going to lose, The PNP, the People's National Party, is relying on ignorance, sir. Ignorance. And that is why I think their strategy is going to fail, because Jamaicans are going to be enlightened. I'm telling you the truth. Jamaicans' eyes are going to be open. They're not fool, and they smell a rat. They smell a rat.
They smell a rat.
They smell a rat.
Neighbor, let me ask you this, neighbor. 2 times now, Mark Golden have done this. Mark Golden last month says that the people in St. Elizabeth were suffering, and he went down there to keep a meeting, neighbor. Now you're going to meet, if I'm going to meet some people that I say suffering here, but I'm going to take them out of their house, I am at least going to provide them with at least a meal. We're going to cook some food and we're going to eat, we're going to drink. You went to keep meeting with suffering people, I didn't even bring a bucket of water. Last week again, he went down to Cooper's Bend to meet people that was displaced, and you did not even bring a pillowcase. Not even a pillowcase, walk if you go to people. I
guess he'll say he's not a social worker. Well, neither were the police, sir. Neither were the police. The police are not social workers. Yeah, they are not their responsibility.
As you mentioned the police, there's a lot of misinformation going around about the police role in the evacuation, neighbor. When the judiciary gives an order and the order goes to the bailiff will then go to the police station to seek assistance if he feels. Now, there's a difference between doing it in Cherry Gardens and doing it in Arnett Gardens, neighbor. The bailiff will go up to Cherry Gardens by himself and present the order and carry out the thing without the help of the police because he feels safe. If you have to do this thing in Arnett Garden for his safety, he will go to the nearest police station and he will request police assistance. And because the bailiff is a creature of the court, neighbor, the police has to give assistance.
Correct.
Have to.
And Chuck, the bailiff have been there before and been threatened. We need to let that be known. Remember, it's not the first notice serving them. But they went back this time to do their due diligence because of the order. But they went before, and they were threatened. Remember, you have to present this in court for the court to ask for the assistance of the police, because the court know there are other cases that have been in the case where people have been killed. Like for example, the one in Westmoreland. When the man go for claiming land, the people in Pony chop him up. You remember that one, Chuck?
Yes, I remember. Yes, Ahmed. Yes, I remember that one.
Okay,
there is
so
history.
The court is aware of these things. These things have been ventilated through the court. The judge have this is have a duty to protect the society and to protect people.
Yeah.
So if the judge have to protect them from them doings, the judge have to protect them. Let's move on.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you.
Let's represent neighbor.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Respect. Okay. I'd love to give a few more callers a little chance before we have to jump down. Producer, who else do we have there? Braga Daga. Good evening. Braga Daga. Good evening to you.
Yeah, man, good evening.
Yes. Hi, sir. Go ahead.
They neighbor taking some information, you know?
Yes. Very good.
I was around in the 70s as a youth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, about 1972, about 1972. So in
Oh,
them time,
you are 53 years old.
In the 80s.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
So I experience a lot of hardship, when the PMP bring.
Okay.
A lot of it may experience. You see me? The PMP back in them days, neighbor, the policies them as I heard somebody speak about earlier. None of them policies them was good for the country at that time.
I see.
We had a fallout with America. And that was devastating.
Yes.
And I hear a lot of people aligning it to the JLP, but it wasn't. The fallout wasn't on the JLP. Yeah, and I see the clips making the round on social media now when Michael Manley was making that grand speech that he will support Cuba, you know, no matter what. We pay the price. We pay that.
He's going to go to the mountain top. Going to go to the mountain top, sir.
Yes, sir. We pay the price for that. The PMP caused all of us who born in the 70s, 60s, 70s coming up, caused all of us to be paying our parents' debt, our grandparents' debt, our great-grandparents, our great-great-great-grandparents' debt.
Uh-huh.
The PMP came with a lot of taxes, and all of those taxes weren't put to use in Jamaica. It went into their pockets and made them wealthy.
I see.
The PMP was who destroyed the middle class. You know, a country, if a country don't have a middle class, that's the recipe for destruction. And the PMP destroyed the middle class. I heard somebody spoke about it like a while. When all of the middle class people them flew out. Some hang themselves, neighbor.
Hang, yes. Unalived.
Some of them speak about it. Interviews are out there. Interviews are out there. If the young people them Google it, they can find the interviews.
God.
You see me?
Yes, me see you, sir.
No. What Andrew Holness is doing now, neighbor, this has never been done in the history of Jamaica. Never. No government, whether JLP or PMP, before this government has ever given back money, live money in a hand, cash.
Jesus Christ, boy, I tell you.
And you determine where you want to go and pick it up. So you can't say a lie. You can't say you never get back nothing from government. Because government said, if you want to go Western Union and go collect it, or you want it coming in your bank account. No government before this government has ever given a concrete structure with a title in your hand.
And what you said to me?
Where you can say, your place this. No government never do that.
And what you saying to me, sir?
Here the PMP are boast, but the PMP are boast so they give away. pit latrine near PMP on stage, public stage, in a campaign, a boss, or then give people pit latrine. That is the type of government the PMP is.
Oh, Jesus, this is it's amazing.
The PMP, neighbor, you can count on one of your hand, and if you reach 5 fingers, you reach enough. The amount of good things you can align to the PMP party, where Jamaica and Jamaicans benefit from.
You know, I need to say something to my listeners. You know, this is fascinating. You know, these are people that live in Jamaica and coming up and saying like these things, man. These are Jamaicans people talking. You know, these are Jamaicans talking, and listen to passion. Listen to how hurt some of them sound. My God, go ahead, sir.
Neighbor.
Yes.
Me used to have to wait until the chicken, the chicken lay the egg, and the egg hatch and become before lay the egg hatch and become a chicken. And then we wait until that chicken reached full stage before we can eat rice and peas and chicken one Sunday.
And what you said to me? Come on, foul.
All right.
And what you said to me, sir?
At one stage, you couldn't get rice. So it was turned cornmeal and red peas. And in those days, turned cornmeal was referred to dog food. A dog food used to turn cornmeal in them days, you know. And that was my Sunday dinner. Many Sundays.
Your mother couldn't buy 2 pound of chicken, sir. Hold on. Your mother couldn't buy 2 pound of chicken?
No, 2 pound of nothing. If you want a pound of rice, you have to buy a pack of stay free.
When that?
If you want a pound of chicken, you have to buy a bucket of bleach.
What you say to me?
If you want big Jill oil, you have to buy a pack of soap.
Jill oil? What is Jill oil, sir? Big Jill
oil. Big Jill of oil.
Yes.
Yes.
What is that?
That's you have the Jill.
Uh-huh.
And the little thing what they measure.
Oh yes, the little small amount. Uh-huh. But
right.
I mean, no, that me have your buy. You know, sir, why I tell you. I am interested in that common fowl story though. You said that before you eat chicken, rice and peas and chicken, you have to wait till the chicken hatch, which are 21 days.
Before lay the egg.
Uh-huh.
And then the egg hatch.
Yes.
The fall sit on the egg and that becomes that egg hatch and come back and become chicken.
Yes.
And then you wait until that chicken reach to a big fall stage.
But that no common.
Kill him.
But that no common. That no common fall, sir.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, man.
You know? And in tough.
Well, it never tough to me, you know, because in them days you have good teeth, crack bone, and good cook.
Jamaicans are the best, I tell you. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, I tell you. Wow.
The best Jamaica has ever been, neighbor.
Is now.
It's from 2016, 2017 coming up.
Uh-huh.
The best Jamaica. Ask anybody we born, anybody we want to speak the truth, anybody we not love freeness, anybody we know what hard work is, anybody we know what it feel like they go a bush, go plant and cut banana and put it in a drum, make it ripe and then go market, go sell it. Anybody who know what it means to you, grow peas, your neighbor grow banana, the next neighbor grow yam. And when your peas come in, you carry it down at the neighbor with the banana, and you give him peas and you get banana.
Barter.
And you carry peas down at the yam man.
It's a barter system.
And the man give a yam. Right. That's how we used to live in those days.
Oh my goodness.
That's how we used to survive.
You are a labor right, sir?
Yes, man.
What you say?
I'm neighbor.
Braga Daga.
From in the 80s, I'm a labor right, man. I've never voted any other way. But from the start vote, I've never voted any other way.
What you say to me?
What? You see what the PNP them do to Edward Seaga?
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, we didn't ever sit idly by. They would have done the same thing to Andrew Holness.
When you say you don't sit idly by, what are you doing?
Yes. Because,
What you doing? What you doing?
Every opportunity me get, man.
Okay.
Every opportunity me get. Every opportunity me get, me let people know what is taking place because a lot of people is saying nothing is going on in Jamaica. No. You have to be a blind man or you live in an exile. I tell people say nothing now going on Jamaica.
Yes.
Jamaica is flourishing. Jamaica is at a place where it has never been since 1962 or beyond or before.
Yes.
And Jamaica is going to a place where a lot of country can't pass. Look right there, so. And Jamaica are going to pass them right there, so. Because when Singapore come and take our idea and go back or use it, you know, we should have been Singapore, you know.
Well, I don't know if they took our ideas, but definitely they had a visit to Jamaica.
Yes, they came and look at our policies, what we were doing.
Yes.
All of those policies are policies where the PNP fight against and come with them foolishness, you know.
Yes. No. I tell you that there is no historical record that make that suggestion call. Not you, somebody in the chat, but that Lee Kuan Yew visited Jamaica. That is a historical fact. But there is nothing to suggest that they took our model. I haven't found that. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
There is a lot of things. There's a lot of things out there, neighbor, where you have a common sense. PNP now got something in neighbor.
They don't?
PNP have no common sense.
Okay.
No PNP have common sense.
Uh-huh.
There's a story in the Bible where God gave out some talent.
Yes.
PNP was the one who got the one talent.
In regards to what Braga is saying
yes.
about Luke one, when he came to Jamaica.
Lee Kuan Yew.
What happened? If you listen to the comment of the Prime Minister's speech, he was talking about when Jamaica was prospering. When
yes.
Jamaica was prospering, Jamaica was one of the first countries in the hemisphere that was having this robust growth that was admired, and it was known from in the 60s. So what happens? Even though we had a plight or a demise in the 70s, that model was still continued by Seaga. So when he came in the 80s, he came under the administration of the JNP. So basically it is a model of the policy that Singapore really adopted. And that's a fact. Because it is the same policy that we are using today. The reason why it takes so long to materialize is basically because of the demise that we have had and the setback that we have had over the many years. So we wouldn't see the same result that Singapore is experiencing today. And because we are where we are and where Singapore is, there is no what you would call classification with both. But it is in the same making. That's why he says Jamaica is going to a place. And I agree with him. It is factual what he's saying. It's not that you disagree, but his argument is on point, and his argument, how he articulate himself, me like it. Go and do your thing, brother. Trust me. Just want to share that like the neighbor. To show that the model of Singapore was really adapted, because remember, Jamaica was experiencing growth, where our dollar was more than the US dollar.
Thank you.
So that was an economical model that was admired. And at the time, America was a superpower, but yet still a little minute nation was doing so well.
You understand? So this is where we need to realize where Jamaica Labour Party have bring Jamaica. That the Far East country, a little country smaller than Jamaica, would able to be so powerful in the East.
Excellent. All right.
And hunger.
And this one,
Our idea, a lot of countries have used, because when Mr. Siaga come out and say something, campaign, when the Labour Party campaign on a policy, the PMP tear it down and put forward some stupidness in our people brains, because back then our parents weren't so educated, and they use that at their disadvantage. The PMP appeal to people who don't read and write very well, because only those people they can sell their ideas. A person that reads, listens with understanding, PMP not like people like them there, because you can't go to people like them there with the rubbish. That's why it's going to be very hard for them to push forward this 70s 2020 2000 thing where they might try to bring back.
Yeah, democratic socialism.
That is not going to work.
That dead, sir. That dead.
That will never work with this generation.
It will never happen.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
That coming like them Jeep.
Oh, broke down. Yeah, the Jeep no hand on with,
Yeah,
sir.
that will never work now, neighbor.
Yeah. Gonna have to run though, you hear, sir?
These okay, neighbor.
Yeah, man.
Thank you very much.
Respect. I have some other people lined up. Want to get to them before we have to run. We leave at 9 o'clock. Let's see what we have there now. Maureen, hi. Maureen? No, Maureen is not there. Yes, yes, she is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Maureen. How are you? Good night.
I'm here listening. Good night. I'm here listening to you and your host from one of it's after 2 o'clock in England, 2:31, and I'm still here. I love the people them with the bio program. Then just tell them the truth. So whoa.
She's in the UK, but then you should hold on, man. You should talk with a little twat. You should give us a little British accent, no?
Me not talk with no twang for me in Jamaica, and me come back to my yard for my and you only said do very well.
Oh Lord. Oh goodness gracious. This is lovely.
My country coming back to what it is. My country is not in the 70s where we are by stay free with flour and big jilla cooking oil, big jilla peas, half pound of rice.
Yes.
And we can't get flour, we can't get soap, we have to use Aki wash we clothes
Aki.
and all them something. We got show it too. I mean, I go my children. Aki, young Aki, wash we clothes.
Oh my God.
And I use board for beat the RGs because you could call him Martha. A river. Yeah, we call him Martha River. When me and she talk, me laugh there, but the light shot there.
Yeah.
We used to use board.
We go through it. Aki, we can't get soap. You can't get, me kill one push just for 2 pound of chicken. But I buy 2 pound of chicken and me spend some money to get any pussy and me 2 pound of chicken and kill me nearly kill it.
You say
Me nearly kill it. What we buy? What we then need? Spend $100. A bit. You spend. I'm gonna spend $100. What? And it cost me and me nearly kill it. Everything when you choose to accept with my.
Oh gosh.
Yo, we go through it.
So you are in the UK there now, ma'am?
We go through it. That's why me tell my.
You're in the UK.
What you said, neighbor?
You are in the United...
Yes, I'm in the UK, but me body only there and my mind the back of Jamaica.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, ma'am. Wonderful. Your body's in the UK, but your mind is home. Lovely.
All of my kids are in Jamaica. But me tell them, so me not take them out of Jamaica. For me see when Jamaica doing good, so them can be whatever they want to be in Jamaica.
What?
Yeah?
You tell your children you're not taking them into the UK?
I'm coming home very... No, me not. I take them here. But it's not pretty rose. Foreign no better rose. People, yeah. But when you're there in Jamaica, you can't go beg 1 pork, 1, 2 banana, or you plant it if you want to plant it. You can't beg it here, and you can't plant it here. You have to buy it.
Oh my goodness. You working, ma'am? You working there?
I'm not think. Yes, me work. I'm working. Me still have to work neighbor for nothing no free in England. I'm gonna feel lazy people then when I want to work free. But once you want to work, you don't get nothing free.
How you feel, ma'am, when you hear Golden talking about democratic socialism going back there, ma'am?
Oh, Golden, if me did there Jamaica, could have catch him. Me could have catch him. Me choke him and kill him.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that, ma'am. Don't say that on the. Don't say that here.
No. PMP like pies.
No violence. Oh my goodness, no, don't violence. You don't feel good about it.
I told my children then. Any one of them, me who say vote for PMP, none of them can turn in my yard. You think what me make?
What you saying to me?
When me there in Jamaica, me paint me dog green when time I leave a politics time.
You paint your dog green, ma'am?
Me paint me dog green. After election done, me wash him off. When I was in Jamaica, you could have find for me house out for me painted green. So anytime you see the house, you know, see labor right need nobody come for your PMP.
What you say?
Wet you. We did wet up some politician when we there in Jamaica. I can't come at me yard after they see me green house. Them I can't tap at me gate. I say, well, no, I go. Oh, no, see your house. I don't see your house. No, see a labor right there.
It's a rock stone woman, this.
We did a serious politician when we did Jamaica. My baby father used to tell me, say, no home, you know, they're already. Every day, me wait till the bell ring.
Yeah. Hold on there, Baba. I tell you the truth. You're giving me a whole heap of show. Oh, you know something, Baba? I'm going to do something for you. I'm going to do... Hold on there, Mama.
I used to love Sia.
Hold on for me. Hold on there, Mama. I'm going to do something for you. Hold on there, Mama. Hold on. Ring your bell.
Equal rights and justice is our everlasting song. Unity.
Sing it there for me, Mama. Sing it there for me.
Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember, must a man take he serve you well. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
All right, Mama, you know the song there, not true?
Yeah, Edward Siaga.
Yeah, Siaga labor right.
Lord Jesus, me a big labor right, man. When I remember when I just go vote, you know, in the 70s, you know, and when time PMP a black road, me a 18-year-old, and me first me a go vote, you know, and me said, at I made the came and as park at work. I let the people them picking in until they say me ready to get my yard, them pay me, you know.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I go vote Edward Siaga.
You left the job.
And that time I sent Elizabeth. I sent Elizabeth me come from.
And you left the job.
Yeah, me left the job, but they need a PMP.
Walk out of the job.
And they find out say people them a PMP. Me tell the woman say we can't take in 3 picking me a go home. But me not stand there with them. And neighbor, the funniest thing, she never want to come take the picnic. Them, you know, me pack them up and carry them go a new Harbour View. Go gear.
Yes.
And let the suitcase downtown.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what a Saturday night. What a Saturday. What a Saturday.
And them was PMP.
Uh-huh.
And me say me can't live with no for me not take no care of no but no PMP people pick me. So you see the old gentleman they were talking, me I tell you then the PMP them are listening, you know, and they don't like it.
No.
But then things say Mark Golden can't fool we again. We go through it and we know where we coming from and we know how we suffer. You don't be mercy of God make we know they be hungry and Michael Manley.
Oh gosh, ma'am.
I remember I did a
you don't drink your whole ma'am. You don't drink orange juice, ma'am.
No, I don't drink orange juice, you know. I don't drink. I remember I used to have to carry my kids them go to my grandfather every morning to drink tea. Why? Because my grandfather get up and ring the key and boil it and take it turn sugar. My kids them could have get tea. Oh, that man, the first man say when you ask him where you think Michael Manley be, and he say he think Michael Manley they are hell. Hell too good for Michael Manley, but me sure Satan see him I come Satan run left him. Not pure Michael Manley repent, he would have never see him left there is a hell. So I good they got you over through God.
This is what you say to me, ma'am.
Hey.
Oh boy, I tell you the truth. This is fascinating. Fascinating stuff. Oh.
You see time me up and I listen to you.
Yes, ma'am.
As soon 3 o'clock in England, I'm still laid and I listen to you.
Oh, lovely. Lovely, ma'am. I love that.
Me so just have to say to me to all the people. I'm just have to say to them.
Hold on, Hubert. Hold on, Hubert. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to say to all the people on the panel what support in the Jamaica Labour Party and support our nice Bonono sweet boy and Joe
yes.
The good work. And we're giving the next term and the next term and the next term.
Uh-huh. Lovely. He's a Bonono's man.
Yeah, but no, sorry, me not be a Jamaica, but me wouldn't have hug him up. My wife would have beat me.
Oh goodness! Wow, wow, that's lovely. Fascinating stuff.
When I used to be with Siaga, man, oh my God, I did love that man. So you wanna miss son say my Siaga God beat me.
Oh, love.
Pregnant with me.
Oh, what you saying to me?
That. Wow. Anyway, politics there. Anyway, Siaga them me there. Anyway, Tivali as bad as them be, we did there. And then time that we still afraid of PNP. A PNP would have come in at your house, go and kill off everybody.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Then the wicked people there. I'm so happy to see all Jamaica turn. And you can go to a road when politics time now and sit down and chat and do anything. Back in a Michael Manley days, I'm a dear man.
Uh-huh.
I think your clothes you couldn't wear in a Michael Manley days.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I feel, if me wear green go down this, so them are going to say me a labor right. If me wear red go up this, so them are going to say me a PNP. You know, you couldn't even wear your common clothes.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well,
hear these fool people when Mark holding a grown and I turn them in an idiot account. But Andrew, what is that? Not for Jamaica. When we look at Jamaica right now to where Jamaica was back in the 70s, even the 80s, come straight up, I mean, even up to 2002, I mean, left Jamaica 2002, and the reason why I left, they couldn't even get a work.
Oh. Uh-huh.
We couldn't even get a work. And when we go and market and bring the things and go and market, when you go home, you just barely can pay the people them where you trust it from.
Uh-huh.
Understand? For you know, when you trust it, half of it you throw away, financial.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, Maureen, boy, go on to your bed now. Thank you.
I got me no choice. Me still listening, you know, until when time I drop asleep.
Yeah, man, get a little rest though. Thank you so much. You must call again.
Me glad. I'm so happy. Yeah, man. I will listen to your program, you know.
Thank you.
I will listen to your program. But tonight, make me so it's so more interesting tonight. For me, just happy when me listen to the policeman, the ex-policeman speaking.
Yes.
And say, God, Jesus, them days, hey.
Hey. All right.
We never trust a police, but we see a police that come, we say they come pay lunch money now.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, Maureen. Take care of yourself. You hear? Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye, darling. Bye.
Yeah, man. Love you so much. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay, bye-bye. All right. Who we have now? Brown. Hi. Hey, Brown. We have a little time left. Brown? No, we don't have Brown. Navi P?
Yes, Neil.
Hi.
Yes, good night.
Good night.
Why, it was great listening to Maureen. What a lady. You know, neighbor, with Mark Golden want to dabble with democratic socialism again.
Uh-huh.
Maybe this is an opportunity for some of the younger people to come out and learn about what happened in the 70s. It's an opportunity for
it is an opportunity for history, yes?
To enlighten some of these young people who don't know what went on in the 70s and later. So thanks to him, you know, people gonna learn what happened. And maybe you can have a night, neighbor, when you can invite people from the 70s to come and talk them stories.
I'd love to do that.
And I'm sure the JLP will capitalize on that.
Yeah,
you know?
we have to talk about
We're gonna hear a lot more.
Yeah, we have to talk about what exactly is democratic socialism and what was the legacy of Manley that Golden is talking about building on. We need to get into it. Yeah, very good.
I don't know what got into him. But when you talk about the legacy, well, just imagine Manley was really successful in going to the mountaintop with Castro. And look at Cuba today. People of Jamaica must look at what's going on in Cuba today. That's where Jamaica would be. We have to learn from that. We don't have to really experience it to know what it is like. Yeah? So, when a lot of people talk about Manley, and Manley was a great speaker. He was a very charismatic speaker. And a lot of people bought into him because he was very convincing. Yeah? But we have to look at what's going on today. What's happening in Cuba. We would be like sisters to Cuba. And what Cuba is experiencing today, and for those who don't know, Cuba can hardly get fuel to produce electricity. I mean, and regardless of the circumstances. So we can say Manley did not have the vision. Regardless of his intentions, he lacked the vision. Because at the time, Cuba was sanctioned by the US. Yeah? Cuba was going through a lot of hardship. Now, if you see somebody is going through a hardship, are you going to take your country to go and juxtapose yourself beside them? Then it means that trouble you want to bring for your country.
Uh-huh.
And for that reason, Jamaica went through a capital flight and brain drain.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people left Jamaica.
I feel so bad and bang the hands.
A lot of people left Jamaica.
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
He's mute, neighbor.
Oh, he's muted? Oh, I wonder why. Okay. You're muted, sir.
He's muted. He's muted. Can you unmute it? Yeah, he's back.
Go
Okay, are you hearing me now?
I am hearing you.
Okay. So a lot of people left Jamaica in the 70s. A lot of capital flight, a lot of brain drain. I remember my father was a shoemaker. And he did well for himself until he opened a retail shop, until he buy one truck, until he buy a second truck, and was doing very well.
Yes.
And when the gentleman earlier that spoke to the fact that if you want to build a country, you have to build with the middle class. The middle class is the one that really build the country.
Yes.
So when you chase away the middle class, that's the end of the country.
Yes.
Because they are the ones who are going to spend the money. They are the progressive people. They want more for the country. And they're going to continue to make the economy grow.
Yes.
And when my father, after he built up himself so well, everything just went down the drain in the 70s.
Uh-oh.
I left Jamaica in 1977.
Uh-huh.
And at the time, there was a restriction as to how much money you could leave Jamaica with. $75 US.
Oh, wow.
And that's what I left Jamaica, 1977. So it's no joke about the hardship that a lot of people experience in the 70s.
Uh-huh.
And if we get a chance to rehash all of those experiences, Obia and to Mark Golden, it opened a can of worm. It can stay there.
Yeah. Well, sir, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Good night, panel.
All right, great. Okay.
Good program you're running.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say something.
1 minute.
Very quickly. Yeah, can you tell me wish if the Jamaica Labour Party ever locked up their opponent. You ever heard about that?
No, never heard about it.
Okay. So when our friend talk about democratic socialism, is he going to introduce that with when if by chance they get back into power, they're going to press their lock up their opponent?
Oh, you're talking about the state of emergency?
What's that?
Uh-huh. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we can pick that up next week. Thank you so much, Hubert. Thank you.
Okay.
Have to run. All right. Cheryl, are you there? Cheryl? Are you there, Cheryl? Cheryl, are you there? No, Cheryl is not there.
Unmute your mic, Cheryl.
Okay. All right, Matsik, let's go in and land this. No, take 2 minutes, and I'll throw to Harry to wrap from you. Go ahead.
And the situation exists where, with the old social democracy policy of the PNP, it has proven to be a failure. It has proven to failed, and Michael Manley himself, who have tried that experiment, have comes out and apologized to Jamaica for the demise at that time.
Yes.
So for Mark Golding now to try to insert that back on to Jamaica people, it is a lack of vision, a lack of insight, a lack of policy direction, and a lack of political competence to govern. They've got that, none of that. And that is because of the type of leadership. It is bad mind, covetous, and envy why Mark Golding is where he is. Not because he's a leader. All right? And Jamaica need to remember that. It's bad mind, envy, and grudge. In bad mind, Peter Phillips and Portia Simpson, them run them out of the PNP through them have their money and then can raise fund for the party, and them are the biggest fundraiser. And the party member them who are the executive and the member of the party, they realize that they are the most important people because of them are carrying the money. And that's why they did it. Not because they can lead. And we will not be tricked. That is my closing argument, neighbor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Member Harry, close us out now. Thank you.
Yes, neighbor. I just want to put in this space because I've been listening, I've been thinking as well, and I've been looking at the current affairs, neighbor. And it is not a coincidence regarding, land reformation thing coming back to the forefront, and also an increase in good faith with our relationship, with the US, right? This democratic socialism, neighbor, is a political signaling, right, against a few things, and specifically the US, without explicitly coming up and saying that's what it, right? Because the People's National Party has never been fond of them. Whenever our relationship with the world power gets better, they tend to in their stand regarding anything. We've seen it with the ship that came the other day, with the TCN deal that was signed, and also the uproar now regarding the signing off as well with protection of our borders, right? That deal with us and the US. Now, that is an emotional stance or an attempt to rile up Jamaicans again in that way. The next part about it with this democratic socialism is that it is an attempt to bring back the maintenance of a status quo. If we look back at all the people in Jamaica that were adversely impacted, who felt the negative impacts, neighbor, who had to live with the decisions from this specific few, we realize that it is everybody else below that executive. And we've seen not just the 70s as to what happened with Jamaica, but it continued. The damage that was done could not have been repaired in the 80s. And as such, we saw the true impact of what democratic socialism did. We experienced a FinSac. Now, who stood to benefit from that era, neighbor, from those activities? Mark Golding was one such person who did just that, and persons in alignment with him. Now, these are the two things that are very critical that we may have to look into, because the People's National Party, they are very cunning and skillful in crafting things against the people. And that can be very damning. But democratic socialism is not something that has ever worked. It will never work. And I'll go out more than just a limb, neighbor, to say if Mark Golding and his Cumberlums can come out and willfully, strategically, and boldly state how they will implement democratic socialism in Jamaica, neighbor, and how it's going to work, I will personally cast the first vote for the People's National Party 2029-2030. Right? That is how
confident you are.
I am. Neighbor, it can't work. Put it in reality. And understand this. Jamaicans love their freedom. Right? Especially my generation and the one that is coming right after. You don't play with our freedom. Right? It is something they'll fight for no matter what. That's a selfish part of it. And democratic socialism is something that will take it away. And what you're going to look to cause in Jamaica is a level of chaos. Because no individual is going to see their hard work being ripped away from them. The success, the fruit from the trees that they planted, neighbor, to see you want to take it away, to give it, to distribute it in a manner that does not advance the entire nation. And also, when you look at it, neighbor, we know it can't be funded. I state it, and I will continue to state it. That ideology will not only be expensive from an economic standpoint, it will be expensive in the sense that Jamaicans may once again have to pay with blood. We understood what happened with FinSac, and we saw the price of it, neighbor. An attempt to do that again will be worse than ever before. And it may take Jamaica, just one term of this can take Jamaica a century to try and get it right again. And that is not something to play with. It is an opportunity for Jamaicans now to apply pressure, because we've been asking for the opposition to give us an alternative, right? As to policies and so on, and the ideology that is being built out in Jamaica, one that is currently working. And we're asking, being that you said as the opposition, Jamaica not moving, Jamaica is worse off. And this goes to the entire PNP executive, from minister, opposition spokesperson on finance and so on. You say Jamaica is worse off. Now, you've put forward democratic socialism again. You owe it to Jamaicans to not just come and sweet talk them. This time, put your money where your mouth there. Stand in front of Jamaicans. They love call press conference. Stand in front of Jamaicans and lay out the plan. We don't want a draft. So Crawford, you can sit this one out. We don't want a draft. We want the plan, because you're so bold to reintroduce something that the very pioneer of it had to apologize for, had to move away from. So being that you're this astute lawyer and shrewd businessman and political leader, stand firm, lay out the plan to Jamaicans, and let's see if you keep standing or if you go to your knees again. And I'll put it to that, because I am extremely confident, because I know I didn't have to live the 70s. I have more than enough references to know what happened there, right? And I know it's not something I want to see. And I didn't fight more than half of my life to see Jamaica right where it is. Regardless as to the natural disasters and global shocks that we have no handle on. But yet still we are holding firm. We're standing as a nation to be proud nonetheless. It is something worth fighting for, Jamaicans. And if we believe in our ancestors fought for this freedom, now you better fight harder to maintain and protect it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, that does it for us tonight. Saturday night bonus. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we are happy that we were able to share the microphones with you tonight on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, and on TikTok. YouTube, have a great night, have a great weekend. Keep the conversations going. Like and subscribe to the channel. Watch the replays. We break them up for you. We give you them in parts. Watch them, and when you are watching, do not skip the ads. Keep the program going. Let us grow the platform from strength to strength. We want to be able to, by November, be able to go and cover the Labour Party annual conference. Please remember also that we have some very, very special programs coming up for you, and we ask you to continue to support us. YouTube, if you want to send us a contribution, the information is going across your screen. I can read it for you. The Zelle account is 954635872, or your Cash App $Caroline Perrier. The information is across your screen. Until we join you next time, have a fantastic night. Okay, bye-bye.
Neighbor, before you go, just want to let everyone know that we will not be live tomorrow for the Sunday review.
Okay, so we won't be on tomorrow for the Sunday review. We'll catch you on Monday, okay? Thank you so much. So you'll have much to watch. I'll make sure I leave enough material on the channel so that you can watch in our absence. We won't have a live show tomorrow, all right? I think probably we'll have something recorded and aired in the time slot, all right? So have a great weekend and take care. Bye-bye. All right, TikTok. Oh my goodness, I'm tired. Believe me, I am tired. I need to get a little bit of okay, so here we go now. It's okay, so we
Wonderful program.
Yes.
Sometimes come like more and cry.